Testing, testing. Okay. Hey Max. Hey Chloe. Hey Mariah. Hey Addie. Hey Prophet. Hey gamer. Oh, my speaker's broken first. Sorry about that. Hey Nebraska. Okay. I think for the most part we are ready. I do have to record a quick promo video. Thank you, Mariah. See the story about the Vance meme hitting the news? Um, the one with the like guy who was denied entry into the U.S. That one. Yeah, I saw it. Actually, I haven't researched it enough to know for sure if that's the reason, or if that was or if that's just speculation. I don't want to run with a story that turns out to be false later. Which sucks because that's something that the right can do with impunity, and they're never punished ever for. They're never even punished when it comes out that they were being paid by Russian media. They continue to have a platform somehow. Here, uh, this older. Oh, okay. What I want to hear about, Dan? Anthony, I am happy to say that today. Friday? Hold on one second. Yes, I am happy to say that I did work out Friday. Did a full body workout. I didn't go to the gym though. Okay, so I gotta shrink this. That should be I'll take it as my present for Pride Month. Are you a part of the community, Anthony? I'm a trans veteran. Oh, nice. We have some trans veterans that are stopping by the panel tonight. You're welcome to join. We're gonna bring up um we're gonna bring up both friendlies to speak their perspective, but I think we're also gonna do like a Q&A for anyone that has like oppositional views. But thank you for your service. With immigrant parents, the right hated me this go around. Oh yeah. So I'd love to, but me and my fiance wake up early on Mondays. I'm still up. I'll join. Got you. Well, you're welcome anytime. Doesn't even have to be for this live. You're always welcome to join. Hey, caffeine. Be right back, chat. Hey everyone, we're hosting a very special live tonight honoring. Hey everyone, we're hosting a. Hey everyone, hosting a very special live panel tonight honoring. Hey everyone, in honor of Pride Month, we're hosting a very special live panel tonight celebrating the past, present, and end of Pride. Hey everyone, in honor of Pride Month, we're going to be very special live tonight. Hey everyone, in honor of Pride Month, we're hosting a very special live panel tonight where we're going to be honoring. Hey everyone, in honor of Pride Month, we're going to be hosting a very special live panel. Hey everyone, in honor of Pride Month, we're going to be hosting a very special live panel celebrating the LGBTQ. Hey everyone, in honor of Pride. Hey everyone, in honor of Pride Month. Hey everyone, in honor of Pride Month. Hey everyone, in honor of Pride Month. Hey everyone, we're hosting a very special live tonight. Hey everyone, we're hosting a very special live panel celebrating LGBT Pride, past, present, and make sure to tune in, and we're live right now. Make sure to tune in. We're live right now. Did Dan forget to bring his brain? Is crazy. I think I got it. Okay, go. Going live chat. Everyone, welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're going to be getting started soon. Let me get this out of my face. Thanks, Jeff. I'm not coming out, but I appreciate it. Dan, I am gay, but I still love you. Why did you say but? Oh, I see. I see why. Everybody, welcome. Congrats to you. Stay away. Wolfayame. I don't know if you know this, but straight, white, cis men are the most likely demographic to assault kids. I don't know why you're bringing that up, Wolfayame. Very strange. So do you not value past pride or future gay? Mean. Was that English? And everybody, we're gonna be getting started shortly. I'm gonna set up the panel boxes. Oh, let me get rid of the setting up thing on. Okay, cool. Thank you for the heart me's, everybody. No matter what you do, you're always gonna find people on here who can't act humane. Very true, CT, unfortunately. I'm joking because Dean says he only values somebody with past, present, and future sentience. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Don't forget about men's mental health awareness this month too. I'm not gonna lie. I probably should know that was a lot of things. We'll have to do something about that specifically next year, King Joker. You should have reminded me earlier in June. We could have done a special live for all the depressed men, myself included. Okay, we're gonna set up the panel real quick. Hey, Miss M. This is gonna be a very special live, y'all. I don't know. I don't know that we have ever done anything quite like this before. It's something that that we've definitely thought about before, not just for the LGBTQ community, but for other marginalized groups as well. But unfortunately, we just never got around to it. I didn't know the mental health men's was this month. Damn, I would have been at the top of that list. I mean, there's definitely a lot to talk about in regards to that. We didn't plan anything. Okay. Go.
Hey,
Hey, Quinn.
what's going on?
Not much. Just gonna set up the. I'm gonna figure out which is the best option
No worries.
here. I mean, we have 11 minutes before the. Okay, settings. Out grid like that. But is there also a way to make it so? And okay,
Yeah, there's a multiple
there
one.
we
Yeah.
go. I think that's the best option because I'm gonna be pulling up like pictures and stuff. Live Dan, of course. I hope to do more lives like these. Tars Tarkus. You want to know what the most common demographic of PDFs is? Tars Tarkus. You don't want to know. Yeah. Hey, SVP.
I'm a mute until for a little bit because I got some sounds going on. We're
Yeah,
watching
yeah.
Mean Girls.
No worries at all. They'll be mean girls. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're gonna get started in a little under 10 minutes. Hey, Millie. Make sure everything's set up. So we got the light counter over there. Chrome is working to bring up whatever images we might need to bring up. We wear pink every Wednesday at work. Nice. Pink is actually a little known Dan fact. Pink is my favorite color. Hey, Izzy. Clear is mine. I didn't think clear was a color. The F with pink, Dan. Boy. What kind of pink? That I don't know. I don't know the exact shades of pink. Blue's top 3. Definitely top 3. Sure. While we get started. You doing a panel tonight? Yeah, Tic Tac. Pink used to be a color associated as the immature version of red in medieval times nobles wore. Mine is green, like army green, kind of richer. Or pink to look younger. Oh, interesting. Roberto is such a gorgeous color. I've never heard of that color. All right, YouTube and Twitch. I'm just gonna mute you guys for a bit until we get started. Oh, actually, hold on. All I have to do is mute the desktop audio. You guys can still hear my mic. You just won't hear the Lady Gaga. Coffee Quinn. Roberto is my new favorite color. I ran out of money, but if I had any, I would donate, Dan. I appreciate that, Matt. You don't have to. I like purple. Purple's cool too. Dan, read what Roberto said again. I read it. I just I thought it would be funny to pretend I misinterpreted it. Well, okay, I did misinterpret it in my head, but then I figured it out, but I didn't correct myself for the content. Okay, in that case, Roberto definitely my favorite color. For the grift. Also, the song fucking slaps and has been stuck in my head since yesterday. This song's been stuck in my head since it came out, honestly. Thank you everybody for the likes. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Thursdays to Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. This is obviously a special live. We don't do panels usually, but I think it'll be a good time. And make sure if you're not following, double check next to my name. There should be an orange heart or a gray heart. If you see a red oval, that means you're not following. Hit the follow button. We're also live right now on YouTube and Twitch as well. So make sure to go follow over there just in case TikTok does end up getting banned. Hey, Erica. Oh, I guess I should ask the panel if they want, if all of y'all want followers, so that whether or not I should plug or not. Hi, Gina. What is the countdown? For the start of the panel. Hey, Skylar. What type of live is this? TikTok won't get banned since BlackRock and other American investors own 80%. I think we looked into that recently, and it's not. They own 80% of ByteDance, I think. It's not even 80%. We looked into this recently, and that wasn't like the case. Thank you, Chris. Parker Raiden coming? Oh my god. Okay. Welcome in, Parker Raiders. Welcome in. We're going to be getting started in just a minute. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in, Parker Raiders. Live is starting in 1 minute. Y'all are just in time. Welcome in, welcome in. Parker sent us. W. Parker, who's just in time. Loving the playlist. Thank you. Thank you for the follows, everybody. Oh, I guess I should. Okay, that's a big raid. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. Hold on, Miss Gaga, give me 1 second. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Thursdays to Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Tonight is a very special live. We don't do these often, but I do want to do it more often. We're gonna have a panel going over both the history of the LGBTQ community and Pride. We're going to talk about what's going on currently in regards to present and past icons, as well as honoring those that we've lost. We're going to talk about the lawmakers that we currently have and some of the laws that are on the books that are going to be or being proposed. We're going to talk about all that stuff, and then we're going to look towards the future. And when I say we, mostly it's going to be the panel, because I'm going to shut my ass up for most of it and just learn. But thank you all so much. Parker Raid, welcome in. W's in the chat for Parker, and we're going to bring up Emmy right now, as well as some other panelists. Sending love from Parker. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. Parker and I had a really nice conversation earlier today, and he didn't have to send the raid. This was very nice of him. Hey, Emmy. Welcome in, everybody. Is Johnny or Mermaid possibly joining? Johnny might be. I got a very vague answer from Johnny, but if he's available, I think he will be. All right. We are going to get started. There are going to be a few more panelists coming in over the course of the live. Unfortunately, Dr. Jace could not make it. He was planning on making it today, but Dr. Jace can't make it tonight. We are going to have Eli a little bit later, and one or two other panelists. But we're going to get started now. Really appreciate everyone who's here so far. Everyone from Parker, everyone from the Daniverse, all of you. Thank you all so much for being here. Okay, so. Oh, Caffeine, thank you for the message. Mods, I will leave that up to your discretion. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Look into that real quick. Okay, so I am going to I'm going to defer to Emmy here to get started. We are going to go over. I think we're going to start with first of all some quick intros, and then we're going to go into history, and move along the schedule from there. They're shooting firefighters? Oh my god! Okay, hang on, hold on. Yeah. Dead, multiple firefighters shot in active shooter situation near Coeur d'Alene. Oh my god. Country is so sad, bro. Why are firefighters? I don't know. Hold on, we're gonna do quick news coverage, and then we're gonna get started with the panel. Western sheriff says 2 killed after firefighter shot at near Coeur d'Alene. Police are taking sniper fire. A sniper ambushed firefighters responding to a blaze in an Idaho mountain community today, unaliving at least 2 people and unleashing barrages of gunfire over several hours. in an attack the governor called a heinous assault. Crews responded to a fire at Canfield Mountain at around 1:30 p.m. and gunshots were reported about a half hour later. Sheriff Bob Norris told officials. Sorry, there's no comma there. I feel like there should be a comma. Sheriff Bob Norris told reporters officials didn't know if anyone else was shot. We don't know how many suspects are up there, and we don't know how many casualties there are, Norris said. We are actively taking sniper fire as we speak. I feel like AP is dropping the ball here. This fire sniper should be sniper fire. Anyway, people are still coming off the mountain, the sheriff said, so it would be safe to assume that others are still up there. Governor Brad Little said multiple firefighters were attacked. This is a heinous direct assault on our brave firefighters. Little said on the platform X, I ask all Idahoans to pray for them and their families as we wait to learn more. The shooter's still at large. My God. That's horrible. And yeah, who is targeting firefighters? Yeah, they were responding to a fire. Travis Decker, locals ask amid Coeur d'Alene active shooter situation. Multiple firefighters were shot in Coeur d'Alene. Several locals linked the incident to Travis Decker, a missing former soldier. No concrete evidence to link Decker to the shooting. Okay, well. Is. Also, I don't know, is the Hindustan Times, are they reputable? I'm not even sure. Wait, it's Decker? We don't know, and we don't know for sure. There's no direct evidence to that as of right now. Updated 7:38 our time. Deputies believe the suspect intentionally set the fire to lure law enforcement and firefighters to the scene. Wow. Heroic firefighters were attacked today while responding to a fire in North Idaho. Update. Okay, so this is the most recent thing we have. Wow. Yeah, this is really fucked. Anyone remember when this happened before? I can't remember where. Happened before where like people were targeting firefighters? Okay, we're gonna watch this story closely. I'll keep checking for updates. I don't want to derail the entire live on this. Ridge was a small. This is horrible though. Right next to where I live, I was just watching the police chief update. Yeah, we don't have any yeah. Okay, I'll watch this closely. Around 10 or so years ago, it happened too. Hey, Cloudy. Damn, what a yeah, I don't know why firefighters. I was stationed at Mountain Home, visited the area before for its absolute. Okay, I'm gonna keep checking for any updates on if the shooter is caught and if there's any other updates. I don't wanna cancel live, so We're gonna keep on moving. All right. Okay. Thank you all for joining. Tonight we're doing a special live honoring Pride Month. Obviously, we're just about a day away from the end of Pride Month. So I'm gonna open up the panel to introductions first, and then we're gonna get started. Let's start with Quinn. Yeah, really early for sure.
Working on some content on the posting videos and stuff. But yeah, I'm looking to have some good conversations tonight, and hoping that we can get some information out there that I think a lot of people might not know, or even just stuff that you do know, but just to celebrate Pride Month. So this will be fun.
We can't hear you.
All right. I took care of the problem. There was YouTube wasn't hearing either of y'all because I had the Lady Gaga music off. I just took care of that. I think it should be good now. And I do want to open the panel. If there's any other members of the community that would like to come up, whether it's to hang out or just to share their experiences as we go through the history, or talk about any of this stuff, totally open to that. We might we might also do Q&A, or anyone that wants to come up that might have differing opinions. This was something that everyone on the panel was down to speak to as well. So yeah, let me bring up Falcon.
I am gonna stay muted when I'm not talking because my kid's watching TV and we're in a hotel.
Okay, no worries. Open for people questioning their gender and pronouns. Who do you mean by there? Mine? Only one. You're welcome to come up if you have any questions, for sure. They said uppies. I love that.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Ooh, it's so quiet. Wait a second. Can you try saying something?
Testing.
Okay. Just got in. Is it just talking about whatever?
When you said you had some questions, so you're welcome to.
I mean, okay. So like, how do I say it? I've been knowing myself as like a black woman, but I've always been like a very, I want to do this because guys do it type of person. But I've also have been falling into, I always grew up on such a questionable side of the internet. Like I grew up real deep on the internet, like rude bigotry type of internet. And I've heard about gender is a social construct. I always heard it as like a fake thing, and I'm starting to actually digest it and accept it and take it in. And I've been expressing myself as somebody in the middle of like not accepting myself as a woman or a man. And I've always wondered how gender fluid or people who, I don't want to say change their gender, but change the world's perception to their gender. I've always wondered how that went for people, and at what point were they like, yes, this is true.
Yeah. Well, I'm really glad that you're going on this journey of self-discovery. I think that's like the most important thing to realize is that that's really what it is. It's a journey. It's different for everybody, right? For me, it was not until I was 37, till I was like 30. Well, I think I came out originally as non-binary at 36. And I'm about to turn 38. So it's different for everyone, but I think the most important thing is to take your time with it and not feel like you have to rush to make any decisions on anything, or that you have to define yourself in any specific way, right? Um, it's
Mm-hmm.
uh, it really is a journey. How long have you been on this journey? How long have you been?
It's
You said you're somewhere in the middle. Do you identify as non-binary? Do you use they them pronouns?
I've been leaning towards gender fluid. I don't get asked what my pronouns are, what I identify as, because I present as such a feminine person and I like feminine outfits and I like showing my feminine body, I kind of want to say. So it's never been like a question that I've been presented with, but I've had such a large interaction with trans people. I've always connected with trans people in such a positive way, um, and I've always just considered it. And I've always considered like anybody can possibly be trans. You know, like they could wake up in not wake up, but they could be 50 and realize that they're trans, or they could be 10 and realize they're trans. So I've always seen it as an option. I've just never said it to myself. Like just saying to myself, I'm a black woman feels a little weird to me.
Does it feel like not true to yourself?
It does a
Doesn't it?
little bit, kind of. It it feels natural because it's something that I've kind of told people and I've told myself, but it doesn't. It it feels more normal than if said I was a gender fluid person. It feels more normal if I said that I was a man. I tell myself because I've been doing it, but the other two don't even sound like a wrong thing to say to me. Like if somebody told me like I just walked into a bar or whatever and was like, "Oh, you're a man," I'd be like, "Oh, well, give you a drink. I don't know what you want."
Okay. Quinn, I saw you on mute. Did you want to jump in?
I was gonna say that, like, and the thing, like you were saying, is you don't have to define yourself under any label if you don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be defined as male or female, like he or she. Like, you could be in the middle. You could be gender fluid. Like, my partner is non-binary, but they have a lot of like gender fluid days where they feel more masculine or more feminine, and they accordingly like usually dress or like sometimes will act like those ways, and that's perfectly fine. Like, you don't
Mm-hmm.
have to be one thing if you don't want to be that thing. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
you don't have to like feel like you're boxed into a corner of being this or that. Like, it's just totally a spectrum.
I love that. Thank you. I literally just wanted to be able to talk to somebody about it. Thank you.
Yeah. One more thing, only one.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing too is like your gender presentation doesn't have to even align with your gender identity, right?
Yeah.
Presentation is something completely different from your identity. And so
Mm-hmm.
if you enjoy your feminine body, you enjoy, expressing yourself through that, and you enjoy wearing feminine clothes, whatever it may be, but you just don't fully align with being a woman, that is totally okay. There are plenty of people, and that should never make you feel like you're any less who you are than,
Mm-hmm.
there should never be any pressure. What the transgender umbrella is big. There's a
Yes.
lot of people that fit under this umbrella, and that flag carries a lot of weight. And that's something that there's room for so many people under this. There's room for a lot of people. So however you present, however you identify, whatever that looks like, embrace that. And whatever it is that you really enjoy, and if something else comes along where you're like, what, I really think I'd like to, like I really feel like it would be more authentic to myself to start presenting more masculine on a regular basis. Like, that is something that you have time and plenty of room to explore. For me, just a little insight on it for myself, I came out as non-binary, and for me it was almost like this um, permission that I gave myself to start exploring wearing more feminine clothes and expressing myself more femininely. And as I went down that path, I realized exactly who I was. And the other thing too is that could change for some people, right? I know folks who transition and then they realize later on that they are a little bit more non-binary, right? That they like their masculine or feminine side, right? So there's plenty of room to grow and change. I I heard this saying a long time ago, and I really like it, that people are not static. We are rivers, right? We
That's amazing.
change and we flow, and our coasts and our and the edges of our rivers, they change as we flow through them. So you don't have to fit any one shape, and you don't have to feel like you have to fit into any mold.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really
Yeah.
appreciate you guys. I am going to drop down and keep on watching. I just thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming up. All right. Sorry, I'm trying so hard to make it so that the panel is on YouTube and Twitch, and I can't think of a way outside of just sharing my my live. But that was a great interaction. I love that. Okay. Were there? Let's see if there's any other guests that wanted to come up for questions or anything like that. If not, we'll get started. But we can keep bringing up guests just throughout. Don't feel like you're interrupting anything. We're just this is gonna be a free flow panel.
And just so y'all know, if I lean off camera, I'm just using my anxiety pen.
Thank you for the follow, Static. All right. With that, the floor is yours, Emmy. Then reset gift call on it.
Yeah, where would we like to start? Because I know we talked about Dan, could you just mute your mic for the echo? Thank you. So where would you like to start? Where do we think we should start, y'all? Because we have we plan to talk about past, present, and future, and there is so much room to move here. So I mean, obviously we could start with past, but we have so much. I prepared so much for tonight to talk about. Where do y'all want to start? Do we want to start? I mean, we had some topics we had some things on LGBTQ history. We could kind of run through like a general overview of what the history in the US looks like for the LGBTQ movement. We could start with iconic figures. I have some organized by history or by activism, politicians, and culture, and people who are influential. Or we could just kind of play it loose. Where do you guys want to start? How about you, chat? Where do you guys want to start?
Sorry, I got Jackie here. I think you should start with maybe the history. You can go over like everything, and we can start with that, and then we can start going into some more influential people after that. It really doesn't matter. Like Dan said, it's more of like a free flow tonight.
Yeah.
I know.
Then-
I did this. I did a very similar thing with Freedom Road today, talking about the history of sort of the prejudice against LGBTQ people, and they went all the way back to prehistory and talked about like how the formation of patriarchal societies led to the misogyny that leads
Falcon,
to.
I love you so much, but is there any way you could lower the volume of the cartoon?
I will try and go turn Bluey down. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I did not mean to interrupt, but I was gonna lose my mind. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. How do I ask to join? Lily, if you what's your TikTok name? Because right now the panel is through TikTok. Okay. You had sent Emmy. You had sent a document here with the history starting from the 1600s. So I mean, we could just go through like these bullet points you have here if you want.
Yeah, I have so much here. We don't have to go over it all, but um I'll kind of give kind of a cursory overview, and then we can actually, we can chat as we go. We have time tonight, so I kind of wanted to start with just defining some terms and sharing when they came into play and the history of some of these terms that we use in the LGBTQ community, because I don't think that a lot of folks realize just how long a lot of these terms have been around, and specifically in the U.S. So now there are some of these terms, Dan. I'm not sure how TikTok loves some of we're just talking like for definitional terms
Are we?
for
We're looking
different
at
people within the
the
group.
terms on my screen now.
Oh yeah. Oh boy, you're actually showing my document. Oh
Oh, do
God.
you want? I can not do it if you'd like.
No, it's
We
just
could just leave that
I just
there.
don't do this. I don't put stuff together like that very often. And like if you show the other ones, there's just like so many hodgepodge things and little notes I've kind of made in there and like
Okay.
highlighted parts just for my memory. Um, but those first terms there, I know like some folks think that TikTok doesn't like GAY, so they say GAY instead of gay. Like, how do you? What if this is your live, and I want to protect your live? So what's your stance?
Uh, so I personally just I say everything. I don't care.
Cool.
I recognize that that maybe is a riskier way to do it, but I usually the problems usually don't arise from that, at least for me. So I'm cool with you saying whatever you need to say.
Gay isn't a derogatory term, and I feel like it's kind of really shitty if like TikTok would like strike you down for saying gay.
Yeah. Thank you. Should I turn off the sound effects or leave them on? What do you guys think?
I love them. I'm cool with keeping them
All
up.
right, Caffeine. Thank you for the hand heart. Caffeine said off.
Especially if anyone sends the is it the meerkat that triggers my favorite one? The I did everything right and they indicted me. Yeah.
Is that the chicken chat? I think that
Oh,
might
it
be
is
the
a
chicken. Yeah,
chicken.
the meerkat
Yes.
is our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Yes.
Gretel, unfortunately, TikTok terms of service, you have to be 18, but you're welcome to ask any questions you'd like in chat. The panel will do their best to respond.
So yeah, let's kind of go through the history of some of the terms. Just going to go through 5 of them here, starting with the oldest term that we have for people within the LGBTQ community, which is lesbian, and that word came about in 1732, and it was first used by William King in the book *The Toast*, published in England, which meant, of course, women who love women. And then in 1869, Hungarian journalist Carl Maria Kurtny first used the term homosexual. And then we look to the 1800s, late 1800s. In 1872, we saw bisexual appear for the first time. And in 1955, we started to see the term gay, which was used throughout Europe earlier, but in the U.S. is when most agreed that it came to mean same-sex relationships between men. Moving up to the most recent would be transgender. There were plenty of other terms that have been used prior to that, and many cultures have their own words for people who do not fit within the gender binary. And there are many cultures who just don't even recognize gender binary as being necessary. But in 1965, John Oliver, not John Oliver, love John Oliver, but he is not the first person to use the term transgender. He used that book in his or used that term in one of his books, meaning a person who identifies with a gender other than the one they were assigned at birth. So just a quick little history. Um, so Purple Hollow in that thing in the chat. I think that's a question. How do you know if you're gay? I think that's a pretty like easy question to answer here. Are you attracted to people of the same gender as you and want to do things with them in a relational or bedroom way? I think if we just look at the definition, I know you're probably trolling, but I just want to point out how that might be. Yeah. Uh, So that was kind of that's kind of an overview of like the history in the U.S. of these terms being used. Um, Going through some key points in U.S. history, we're going to start with 1620 because that is where um, colonial Plymouth established with Puritan norms. That's where we established gender norms in this country was with the Puritans and the colonists. Um, and so it was also determined that the nuclear family unit was the basis for all other institutions such as government or church. Men held leadership positions while women's purpose was to be submissive and to please your husband and make him happy. And so it really starts with the beginning of what we see in U.S. history, right, in the 1600s. And it wasn't too long after that that the early colonies started to, in like the early 1700s, put laws in place against love saying this term on TikTok, sodomy. And they actually, you would be surprised just how long, as we go through this history, how long it took for us to actually to reverse a lot of these laws. It took us like just decades and centuries to get this done. So, actually, in 1779, I thought this was pretty interesting. Thomas Jefferson proposed a Virginia law to make sodomy punishable by mutilation rather than death, and it was rejected by the Virginia legislature, which is just wonderful.
Fun fact, in the state of Virginia, as a Virginia resident, it was actually still illegal to have relations outside of marriage until 2020. And some conservative city governments still used those antiquated laws to target trans and queer people in their communities. And it actually was a lot of work to get it overturned. Like there was in the year of 2020, there was actually pushback to get that law overturned.
Don't you think it's insane that like conservatives are the ones that are more worried about what's going on in people's bedrooms, or like in anything kind of sense?
Yeah, it's every single part of what started with colonialism. We see the effects of it today. It is so insidious in our history. It goes so far, and it's crazy that we see this kind of pushback even to this day. Um, a huge point, and this is something that we couldn't talk about this without talking about 1868 and the 14th Amendment being ratified, right? We couldn't talk about LGBTQ history in this country without the 14th Amendment, because everything we're going to talk about later is going to hinge on the 14th Amendment. And I'm just going to read part. I believe this is the whole thing. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. And so everything that we're going to talk about with LGBTQ history is going to hinge on the 14th Amendment. And this is why it's under attack today, right? This is why it's under attack, because this equal protection of the law for any person within the jurisdiction is the thing that allows us to do things, that allowed us to, sorry, to do everything that we've done within the LGBT community, everything that we're doing today with protecting undocumented immigrants, right, and due process and slavery and all of it. So 1868, 14th Amendment, huge deal in the history that we're
It was
talking about.
it was also part of the reason why Roe v. Wade was the law of the land for so long. Obviously, we've
Mhm.
seen that overturned, but the 14th Amendment is huge for all this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And um, we're going to fast forward a little bit in this kind of just cursory overview to 1924. So just before this, actually, I'm sorry, it was just after this. So in 1924, the Society for Human Rights, which was the first gay rights organization, was founded by Henry Gerber in Chicago, who had emigrated from Germany. Um, This organization actually ceased to exist after most of its members were arrested. Now, the fact that he emigrated from Germany is important because in 1933, on May 6th, in Germany, there was a group of students led by Nazi stormtroopers who broke into the Institute for Sexual Science, founded by Magnus Hirschfeld in Berlin, and they confiscated its unique, like all of those books. And 4 days later, most of his collection of over 12,000 books that this institute had studying sexual science, right? Um, and 35,000 irreplaceable pictures were destroyed, along with thousands of other what they called degenerate works of literature in the book burning in Berlin city center. Um, so this was like a huge moment in LGBTQ history around the world because we had all the way back then, right in the 20s and 30s, had been studying this stuff in Germany, and they had 12,000 books that were all destroyed. And so when we look at, I had someone ask a question on this. I think I forget whose panel it was on recently about like why we don't get education about transgender people in schools today. This is a huge reason why we have had to rebuild all of this research over the years because all of it got destroyed in 1933. And when we look at what's going on today with book bans, right, especially around the LGBTQ community right now, um, it's just echoing so much 1930s Germany, right? This is why MAGA gets so upset when we talk about Donald Trump in the context of 1930s Germany, because they don't understand just how tied they are, right? And we're going to see that coming up here. I'll pause for a moment so Quinn and Falcon can jump in if they want to. But we're going to see in just a little bit here, just about 17 years later, that there's another piece of rhetoric that's coming back today. So I'll pause here in case either of you want to jump in.
Oh no, I'm listening.
Give me 4 minutes to turn off Bluey, and then I'll talk.
You are perfectly fine. You are doing great. I'm just listening to you. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot actually. I don't know about chat, but this is really cool.
So 1933, of course, to 1945. Nearly 100,000 German homosexual men were rounded up and placed in concentration camps along with Jewish people, and they were designated by a pink triangle on their clothing. So today, when we see that upside down pink triangle, this is something that we've reclaimed as the LGBTQ community for ourselves to say that we've reclaimed it, and we are saying this is not going to be the history of this symbol, right? This is now going to be something that we are proud of, and that we are going to remember these 100,000 German homosexual men that were rounded up. And they weren't the only ones. There was different color triangles for various groups, even within the LGBTQ community. So this is a big piece of our symbolism today, and a lot of people don't understand that. There was someone who had dropped or had it in their name recently, a pink triangle in a panel, and I forget whose panel it was. This was maybe a month or so ago, and the host was like, I'm not sure what that means, if that's a good thing or a bad thing, right? Because we haven't been educated on a lot of this stuff, and it's not very much in the mainstream. The rainbow flag certainly is, but the pink triangle is something that we have reclaimed as our own. as a form of course, protest and also remembrance and empowerment. But are you all ready to hear some rhetoric that's coming back today from 1950? Um, in 1950, the U.S. Congress issued a report entitled "The Employment of Homosexuals," and I'm not going to quote this exactly because I hate this term and I don't want to use it on live right now, but and other sexualities in government. It was distributed to members of Congress after the federal government had covertly investigated employees' sexual orientation. And the report states that since homosexuality is a mental illness, homosexuals constitute security risks to the nation, which is exactly the rhetoric that we are hearing from Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth about trans people in the military, right? They're saying we can't be trusted. They're saying that we are lying and therefore we are a risk to security, to the security of this country, and that we can't be trusted with government secrets or government operations because we are untrustworthy and we lie. That is one of the reasons they want us out of there. So we can revisit this too later on when Eli comes in, because I know that Eli really will have quite a bit to say. But as I was going through this today and kind of compiling all this, yeah, Ashby, it's insane. As I was compiling all this, I saw that and I was like, holy shit, this is exactly what they're saying today. And we're going to see that there are more things that are coming back these days. So, Falcon, is Bluey good, or did you want to jump in, or
I think
do you want me to keep going?
We are in the process of turning off Bluey and getting him to lay down, and and then I will be all yours.
They're in the post-credit scene.
They said what makes you a traitor. What's the logic? I think their logic apparently is like saying that they're not like battle ready. Trans people can't be like battle ready, quote unquote, like for like, you know, being deployed and all that, when it's just not true. But Eli will be on the panel like in a little bit, and they would be way more qualified to talk about that.
100%. I'm not very educated on educated on a lot of the military side of things, so I want to make sure Eli has the floor for a lot of that discussion.
Really quick before we continue, if y'all can do me a favor and just make sure, number one, double check that you're following. If you can, tap the screen so that we can boost out the live. Try to hit the live goal if possible, so we can get in front of as many eyes as possible. And if you enjoy the panel, feel free to show love to the panel. I always say, you guys don't have to gift me or sub or whatever, just drop a follow. But that rule probably doesn't apply for the panel, so go ahead and just support support anyone that you want to support. Thank you all so much for being here, and I will begin.
Hey, this is super random. Bling Girl is in the comments. Can you go summon Violet for me? Because I don't want to leave the panel to go tell her to come on the panel.
So let's see here. So in 1952, just a couple years later, Congress and President Harry Truman signed into law the Immigration Act that barred immigrants afflicted with psychopathic personality, epilepsy, or mental defect. Congress made it clear that that was meant to exclude homosexuals, and I'm not going to, again, use this term, but anyone that would fit within the LGBTQ community. So again, this whole thing about it being a mental illness and all of this stuff, the same rhetoric that's coming back today that is just simply not true. And had those 12,000 books not been burned in Germany, there would have been information on this, 20 years later, where this would possibly not been the rhetoric that was being spewed at the time.
Yeah, it's the same exact rhetoric they're saying, like, that they were using back then for homosexual men that it is now for trans people, where it's like they're mentally ill, they're like, they are a risk to people's safety, they're PDFs, things like that. It's like the same stuff just being brought back and then perpetrated like today and just spewed today all over the news. They just like jelly-filled donut into like old people's heads, like Fox News, and then they just repeat it. It's like crazy.
I just want to interrupt.
Also, sorry.
No, just really quick. Gretel can't join the panel because she's under 18, but she does have a question for the panel. Go ahead,
Oh
Tommy.
yeah. Um,
I was just
Yeah,
going
go
to say that a lot of the rhetoric that is used against trans people, especially about them being dangerous or the P word and stuff like that, is also deeply rooted in the way that they treat Black people in America, and really, really connected to racism, especially against Black trans women.
Yes, I think the
Not all the lights. Turn mommy's lamp back on.
they have it the worst out of everybody. And I mean, I don't try to like lighten that load on everybody, but I'm saying like when you are facing racism and transphobia at the same time, it's just And your question, I can't really tell you what you identify with. That's your own journey that you have to walk with and find your own like label if you want to label yourself. That's because that's the thing. You don't have to have a label. It's a spectrum. Like I label myself because I have found who I am and who I want to be, and that's how I want to present. That's your journey, and like you can have help with that, but like I can't tell you what your own label is.
My answer to that is at 16, there is like most of life that you have not figured out, and you have so much more time to be a kid before you have to figure out exactly what your sexuality is.
Exactly.
yeah.
You
There's
shouldn't put labels on things, especially when you're so young. It's such a spectrum that you shouldn't even have to worry about like what other people are like. You don't have to classify yourself if you don't want to. If you find out who you are one day, that's perfectly fine. But until then, you can just walk that path and just explore other options.
Yeah, I haven't been as familiar with some of these those two terms, heterosexuality and omnisexuality. And so it looks like essentially the difference between them, just for more education for the chat, abrosexuality is an orientation characterized by a fluid or changing attraction to different genders. There may be shifts in those orientations over time, particularly fluctuate or potentially fluctuating between attractions to various genders, or experience periods of no attraction at all. And then omnisexuality would be an orientation where individuals are attracted to people of all genders, but gender is still a factor in their attraction. And so I think that when we get into, and this is not to discredit by any means, please understand, any of these more subcategories of sexual attraction and sexuality. But I think that, especially like everyone said already, at 16, I think that taking your time to figure it out and not having to put that label on their Gretel is probably the best thing, right? Just figuring it out as you go and not feeling like you have to fit into a niche. It's totally fine to just take your time with that.
I just want to say I'm 27, almost 28 at this point, and I still don't hard and fast have a label for myself. I usually, when people ask, cycle through saying I'm some version of bi or pan, and we just kind of roll with it.
Yeah, you won't be able to see all of it, but I do have the trans flag here. But over here, I also have the pansexual flag. I do identify as pansexual. I like to say hearts, not parts. That's my thing. I want to fall in love with the person, and and I am attracted to all gender identities. So it's just a matter of finding yourself. And for me, that was actually just kind of a relief saying, like, hey, here's an overarching term that I feel kind of encompasses everything for me. And I don't need to define it any further. One moment I may be talking to a cisgender man, the next moment it might be a trans woman or a trans man. It's totally okay to just let yourself figure it out. And yes, Neely, exactly. Just like one of my favorite queer characters from TV says, David Rose says, it's about the wine, not the label, right? So even yourself, take that as for yourself. It's not about the wine. It's not about the label. It's about the wine, right? That's so good.
I know, wow, it's a basic white girl asked about deconstructing compet. I don't know if any of either of you guys have ever dealt with it. I know I have. I have an answer as someone that has never gone through it, but I wanted to see if either of you guys have had your own experiences with it.
Yeah, like there's obviously societal pressures to like, be attracted to like who they tell you that you should be attracted to. Like when I was growing up, my mom is Catholic. My father, he like is an alcoholic and very like Christian, so he was very like not like understanding of me, obviously. So it was very hard on me. Yeah, like of course you grow up and everybody tells you who you should be and who you're supposed to be, but like really the only person who knows who you should be and who you're supposed to be is you. And when you're being like told who you should like and who you should be attracted to, it's a very hard thing, and I say the best thing is that like don't let anybody tell you who you should be. I mean, regardless of like what they're saying. It took me like 24 years to come out as trans woman, and when I did, it was like the best thing that I could have possibly done. Obviously, I face a lot of criticism and a lot of like hate and a lot of bigotry for it. But for me, like hiding who I was versus being who I am now and being accepted by my wife, like it's two different worlds. So if you're worried about being who you want to be, I would say that the worst thing that you could do is like prolong it, unless like you're in an unsafe situation. You know what I mean? Like if you're in an unsafe situation, obviously, it's kind of like a thing where you should just, try to do what makes it you safe. But if you can, you should just be who you are. It's the best thing that, could possibly come of it, I feel, personally.
I had a different experience. I never felt compelled. I just was raised in a very religious family. So when I figured out that I did not exactly fit the mold, I had a lot of guilt for being attracted to the people that I was attracted to. And that was something that you have to learn how to work through. And for me, that involved, leaving the church. But everybody's journey with that is different. I will say, as far as compet goes, from like a outsider looking in perspective, if you are someone who has been socialized as a woman in traditional Western European society, if you are dealing with compet, I feel like the first step is learning about and addressing the ways that you have internalized misogyny and also centered men in your worldview. And when I say decentering men, I mean like decentering the life goal of finding a husband and all of those things being like the only thing that makes you of substance or value. So I think going through that process and decentering that misogyny that we internalize, for those of us that are raised and socialized as women in the US, is a big part of processing that. Because you'll see women on TikTok get more and more queer people in their feeds. And you'll see these videos pop up where they start to spend more time in queer spaces that are not focused on some of those misogynistic values. And suddenly they start questioning if what they feel has just been compulsory because of those internalized feelings. So I feel like getting out of that space and into a space that is about you and about being around other queer people can help.
So for me, it was like when I was growing up, I didn't really have any like openly queer spaces or openly queer friends to hang out with or like explore these feelings that I was processing on my own. And it took me a very long time. It took me until I was already married to my wife to come out as a trans woman, and it's just like I didn't have these open outlets to come out. And it's just, if people had more outlets, it would definitely be a different thing, and the societal pressure of being who people want you to be versus who you are is just tremendous,
There's
But now
another comment
Eli's
I really
here.
want to quickly.
Eli.
There's another comment I want to address really, really fast. Blackwell earlier said something about how they would not want to be in a relationship with someone whose attraction is constantly in flux like that. And I would just like to point out to you that it is very, very common when you are committing to a life partner that their level of sexual interest is going to change throughout the course of their relationship. Be that hormonal changes, be that if you have a partner that gets pregnant, be that illness, grief. Those are all very normal parts of committing to being in a lifetime relationship. So somebody's interest or attraction to you cycling because of life factors, and somebody's interest or attraction to you in flux because of their sexual identity should not be any different.
Hi, Eli.
Hey,
You're
Eli.
very-
And hi, Eli. Nice to meet you.
Hi, it's good to meet you as well. I just kind of joining up and trying to listen to the topic at hand. I didn't want to.
We were waiting for you to touch on certain topics, but we
Okay.
have gotten some of the history of like LGBTQ things.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, we were kind of in the 50s, and we were just answering some questions from the chat that had come in, and something that we were just getting into like the 50s, and there was in 1950. Just to revisit kind of where we were, that kind of wanted to. Well, first of all, Eli should probably introduce himself as well. I know most people know Eli, but we've kind of all done some introductions. Actually, did Falcon? Did you introduce yourself?
not on this live, but Falcon has introduced herself on our live before, but more than welcome.
Yeah.
I am known quantity here, but hi, Eli. I'm Falcon Reads here on TikTok. This is the organization that I volunteers account that I'm on right now. I'm the field engagement director of the Money Out of Politics movement. I am also a student midwife and somewhere on the pansexual queer spectrum. I'm also an Air Force vet and a mom. So if you can hear the kid avoiding going to bed, I'm very sorry.
I just want to say I did know that Falcon is known around here. I just didn't know if everyone in chat is part of this community normally. So I want to make sure that everyone had a chance to get to know Falcon as well. So
That's fair. I do appreciate that. I do remember that now that we had a lot of new people earlier from the Parker Live. So good call on that one, Emmy.
Yeah, it's good to meet you. Never apologize for the kiddos. Not ever a reason to apologize. Yeah, myself am Air Force. For those that don't know me, I am Eli. I am a trans man. I have been in the military. Oh, baby, it's okay. I don't know if you can hear one of my dogs is. he was whining for a second. I've been active duty for 13 years. I have, let me see. Oh, I'm 32 years old. Sorry, somebody's knocking on my door. I'm not sure what else. Oh, I guess something relevant is, I wanted to.
About extreme.
I wanted to.
There's a lot going on over there.
I'm so sorry.
You're good. You're totally good.
It usually occurs in my house if I start to get on the phone or if I start to speak like in a live setting. That's when everything occurs. I'll take a break after I say this bit. I wanted to offer anybody in good faith the opportunity to ask me any questions about trans people in the military, and kind of like. I make my service visible. I make myself as visible as I can for that purpose. Today was my last day of putting my uniform on. So today marks the end of my duty. I will be placed on administrative leave officially starting tomorrow. So I am happy to answer any questions that anybody has. I'm happy to. It doesn't just have to be about being trans or the military. It can be about the queer community. I'm happy to answer any of those things. and I'm also here to listen as much as possible. What was that?
I just want to butt in really fast and say that you are not alone. If you want to reach out to me on my personal account, I'm on Falcon. My personal account is Falcon Reads, but you are not the only trans service member I know going through this, and 5051 Vets has been doing their best to stand up for you guys and address the situation, but also there is a wonderful group of trans service members in 5051 Vets if you want to make more friends that are also going through this really shitty situation right now. And 100%, as someone who served alongside trans people, you deserve better than this.
Eli, how does it work for the trans service members right now? Like they're going to be placed on administrative leave, and then like pending what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how does that work for you?
Yeah, so it's been kind of, you know, back and forth. So for those of you who don't know, during the first administration, this similar process happened. It took about a year because the Supreme Court looked a little bit different, a lot bit different than it does now. So the last time that the Trump administration was in office, I was obviously serving, and I had not come out at that time. I was only out to very, very close people. A bit scared to come out to anybody else. So I did not get kicked out, but 7,000 of my brothers and sisters did. It took about a year. So this time, I knew it was coming. I had warned my leadership, my command team last year, that if the election results turned out a certain way, that this would occur, so that it wouldn't be as much of a surprise. In January, 2 days after the inauguration, that's when the first executive order came out, and it's been a back and forth. You know, that's kind of been one of the most, if I had to say personally, burdensome bits, is not really having the ability to properly plan my life and constantly having like plan A, plan B, plan C.
Right.
And so, yeah, somebody said 2 days. Lake and Rue, it's okay, Bubba. It's okay. All right, sorry. But yeah, so it was one of the first moves that the administration made, actually. So yeah, and I recommend, if you are trans and you are not a service member, or please don't go look for that order. Please don't go read it. It's not good for the mental health. The only people who really need to read it are the people who have to. And honestly, I don't even think anybody really needs to read it. I would say the grounds for removal. It sucks. I can talk about that as well. As far as the process, it looks different in each branch because the executive order was pushed out, and then each branch decided how they were going to execute it. I have 3 dogs. I can talk about that in just a moment, though. So I've had my leadership kind of going back and forth on how they were going to implement. And one of the more frustrating things actually is we didn't really have clear guidance. In fact, they gave us, the first time they pushed out the instruction for the Air Force specifically, they gave us 2 weeks to voluntarily separate. I'll talk about the official justification. I just want to acknowledge that somebody asked that question. But they gave us about 2 weeks to quote unquote voluntarily separate, or we would be involuntarily separated. In my mind, I can't understand how either of those are voluntary.
Right.
And so then we had to submit a request for voluntary separation under gender dysphoria. Then the federal judges came in and said, no, this is unconstitutional and this is unfounded, because the reasons were that we don't have the integrity to be honest about who we are. Therefore, making us threats to national security. I've had a secret security clearance for 13 years. I just had it renewed in 2022, so it's fresh. But that was one of the reasons. It was essentially that we lack integrity, and that's one of the, as Falcon knows, it's one of our core values is integrity first, service before self, excellence in all we do. So, but yeah, that's what their argument is to get us removed from the military. The federal judges came back and said no. And so because the federal judges said no, the administration then took it to the Supreme Court. And without I haven't seen anything about the actual case. But the Supreme Court just said, yes, we will proceed forward. And they said that we needed to be out of the service by the end of November, I believe.
Well, Eli, that's actually when you came in, we were answering some questions, but that's actually where we were in the history. Was in 1950 when the U.S. Congress issued a report of employment of homosexuals within the government, and it was distributed to Congress after the federal government had covertly investigated. I'm just kind of rereading this really quickly. Employees' sexual orientation. The report states that since homosexuality is a mental illness, which it is not, but at the time it was defined as such, homosexuals constitute a security risk to the nation. It was the same exact thing for homosexuals in 1950 as it is for trans people now. And so we had mentioned you as once we had said that because so I'm kind of glad that you had kind of gone. Not glad that you went there, obviously, but like it's fitting that you brought that up because that's exactly what they were saying back in 1950.
Yeah, and that was a weird noise I just made. For those who don't know this too, I joined 2 years after the Don't Ask, Don't Tell rule was repealed. And so it became finally legal to be, out as queer in the military. However, a lot of people don't know this. For the first 6 years of my service, it was still legal to be discriminated against. I didn't realize that when I joined because sexual orientation did not become a protected class until I believe 2018. And what that means is I wasn't out as trans on my first deployment. I deployed in 2016 and I was being told what bathrooms I could or could not use back then. I had an ex-wife. I was being perceived as a woman. And so, the reason was because we had 2 single stall locking bathrooms. Everybody used both. There was a men's and women's sign on the outside, but everybody used both depending on if somebody was taking up one or the other. The bathroom that said men on it happened to have a better toilet, happened to have a lot more room. So a lot of people used that room to go change clothes if, but anyhow, it got to a point where I was pulled aside and was told, you're making people uncomfortable when you use the men's bathroom, so you can't use it. And I watched other people continue, regardless of gender, to use both of the bathrooms. And then when I tried to take I documented everything. I tried to take it to legal, and that's how I found out that I wasn't protected, and there was really nothing they could do because it wasn't a protected class. So it was still legal to discriminate against folks for being queer. Not like, remember, I know I'm trans. I knew I was trans, but other people weren't even saying this because of the assumption that I was trans. There was one person who did accuse me of being trans at that time and said, this doesn't have anything to do with the bathroom stuff back home. And I was like, what are you talking about? And I guess there was some stuff going on with Target. Target made their bathrooms unisex or something in some places. And I didn't even know that. But yeah, and that was also the year of the Pulse nightclub, Pew Pew. And I am from that area. So that was like a really just a lot all at one time. The like once like I could go on and on, so I'll stop to. Yeah, I agree, Carabiner. I agree. But yeah, I was discriminated in housing and all sorts of other stuff up until 2018. So yeah.
Hey, I don't
I
wanna
just
butt
want
in,
to
but
point out, as a fellow Air Force vet, how absolutely wild and weird that situation is. Because we even have like actual processes in place to quote unquote use the wrong gender bathroom when we're deployed or in training, because bathrooms aren't always functioning or available. So like normally if we have to use the men's room as women, we're just supposed to go with a partner, and one of us stands outside the bathroom, the other one goes in, and you take turns. So like using the wrong gender bathroom is so common in the Air Force that we have a process for it. And usually on deployment, a lot of the formalities go to the wind when there are two functioning toilets and there are rats everywhere. So it's strange that you have to go out of your way to be discriminatory in this situation. But the thing I wanted to ask you, Eli, with them putting you on administrative leave, are you being denied access to TAPS and SkillBridge?
Those are, well, SkillBridge, yes. I am not, like, if you're trans, you are not authorized to SkillBridge. So that you lose that benefit if you are being separated because you're trans. You have to, oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say there's a former JAG attorney who is trans that was fired earlier this year, that is working on a lawsuit about the SkillBridge thing, because it is a part of the TAPS program, and the TAPS program is a congressional mandate.
Yeah, TAPS is congressionally mandated. I've already completed TAPS. I did that about a month ago, knowing that this was coming. So, yeah, you have to go to TAPS. In fact, they won't. You're not authorized to separate at all. Sorry, I think that I don't know if they were trying to say something and had to drop, but apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Quinn was just saying that her phone, sorry, her phone unalived, and she she might pop up later, back up later. Anyway, she had to get going, or she had to drop anyway. So.
Yeah.
So TAPS is the transition assistance program that we are federally mandated to go through when we are in the process of separating from the military. And yeah, I don't want to go into too much a spiel about that. The other thing that I would like to highlight about what Eli discussed about their justification for putting these individuals out of the military is it will 100% affect their employment after they get out, for multiple reasons. But one of the biggest reasons is that they are using this claim that these people are a threat to national security to remove them from the military. And one of the most common routes for veterans to go after they separate is into work with the federal government or with a federal contractor, typically because we already have security clearances and it's cheaper for those companies to hire us, and because those companies like to capitalism and say that they care about veterans. The issue therein becomes when you are now firing trans veterans for saying that because they are trans, they are a threat to national security and potentially revoking those security clearances. It limits the job opportunities that they have after they transition. So not only are they being separated from their military careers, but this is going to impact them potentially for the rest of their lives when it comes to career opportunities.
Yeah, to add to that, so I'm getting discharged as fully honorable. I know my pronouns are he, him, Gretel, and somebody asked a few times. I'm 32 years old. am 12 weeks on testosterone, which a lot of people are shocked to hear that, but that is, I guess, lucky. I don't know. My voice dropped pretty quick, and I'm still on the lowest dose that I'm about to go up a little bit more. But
12
yeah,
you said 12 weeks?
yeah, I just hit 3 months on Friday.
It's crazy. I'm just about to hit 9 months on estrogen, and obviously it doesn't do anything for your voice. That's one of the things I'm so jealous of trans men of, because I got to do all kinds of voice training, which I haven't started yet. But wow,
Really?
12 weeks. It's really, oh yeah, I got to do voice training, and estrogen does nothing for your voice. Once those vocal folds are relaxed, they oh, sorry, I didn't realize what I had in my hand. Um, that anxiety pen, as Dean would say. I'm just kidding. I don't need to throw shade at him. Um, um, yeah, it doesn't do anything for your estrogen. Does nothing for your voice. So yeah, it's all vocal training and learning, and then there is vocal feminization surgery, but they put a couple stitches in to make your vocal folds smaller. But I got a lot of other stuff to do. So,
Yeah,
anyways, just want to say 12 weeks, and I'm jealous.
I get that a lot. I've had a lot of people like accuse me of lying and stuff, and I'm not. But I also think that that would be a good opportunity to explore like that topic, because trans men and trans women and like anybody who like is non-binary people may still want to pursue different things that might make them feel more affirmed in their body. Um, but we all experience, you know, our transition differently. Some people don't go through any medical transition whatsoever. And I think that that is something that's important to highlight. In my mind is like, there's a lot of different struggles. Like we're all in the same family together, and we're all like fighting for each other together. But I can never understand what it would be like to go through the process of like being in an enemy's shoes, for instance. And so, in a lot of ways, being on testosterone's a powerful um, hormone. I wanted to make sure I didn't say anything that could get the live flagged.
Let me tell you, coming off of it, like getting out of your system, is a wild thing. Holy shit. Let me tell you. Just getting like as soon as I started taking the spironolactone to reduce my testosterone, it was, I'm telling you, within a couple days, I started feeling different, and some things started to change. More than the estrogen taking effect right away. It was that. So yeah, testosterone is a crazy hormone, let me tell you.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, obviously, go through all the counseling and stuff. Despite what people believe or like think, uh, being placed on hormone replacement therapy isn't something that you just like willy nilly can start. It's something that takes a lot of advocating for ourselves, and a lot of talking through things. And I'll promise you, each trans person considers this stuff for a long time before they even like usually typically talk about it. But that's because of the society that we live in right now. I would love that a society where we don't have to, you know, be afraid to be honest and talk about it. However, testosterone affected my body so fast, so fast. Like, and I know that it's not the case for everyone, but my goodness, so fast. Yeah. Ew, that comment is gross.
Yeah, can someone get that comment?
Yeah, I just saw it.
Ew. Sorry, I wanted to let you introduce me. Sorry, Dan.
No, you're good. Welcome to the panel. If actually, it'd be great if you'd introduce yourself to the chat and everyone else here.
I absolutely can't because you don't know how to say my name, right? Just kidding. No, you guys can call me Jeannie. Jeannie Ellis. I chose that name because my name is Alicia, but my middle name is Jean, and it connects me to a lot of people who have actually passed on. So Jean E. Alice rather than Jean Alice. That's a weird way to say things. So, anyways, you can call me Jeannie. All of that to say you can call me Jeannie.
Jeannie, welcome to the panel, and thank you so much for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to add before we continue with the history? I know we got way off, not necessarily off topic, but we went on a bit of a tangent there.
No, absolutely. I just wanted to say, I am super, like, Pride is probably my favorite time of year other than Halloween because it's, to be honest, I, for a lot of my life, so I am, and okay, I'm pansexual. I'm a cis woman, but pansexual. It took me a long time to figure that shit out. I always thought I was bisexual. Didn't actually know what pansexual was for a lot of my life. And I didn't know that was a thing. But I also, it took me a while to come out to my family because I'm from Barbados. So let's just say Barbados had their first Pride Parade in 2020. So, like, I am 42 now. My mom still does not accept me. I don't think she ever will. And that's fine. But I came out, and, okay, I'm just going to say something real quick. She told me, actually, I'd rather see... She told me that I'd rather
sorry,
see
Jeannie.
you
I
with...
wanted to send you a hand heart, but I forgot that the sounds were on.
No, that's okay. Thank you so much. That's beautiful. Thank you. But she actually told me, I'd rather see you with a man or alone than with a woman. And I didn't really know how to deal with that for the longest time. And now I just do. Because I'm like, I still see my mom. She still comes over and, like, we hang out. But now I'm like, Mom, well, thing is, right now I'm not dating because I'm actually good alone, but that has nothing to do with anything. But if I were to meet somebody who maybe was not a cis man, I would not be afraid to introduce them to my mom because I'd be like, well, either you deal with it or you don't, because this is my life. And I love you, but if you're not okay with it, then you're not going to be a part of my life. But that's it. Anyways, I'm pretty sure that's kind of all I was saying. But I just wanted to say as well, Pride is my favorite time of year. The entire month. I absolutely love it. And I walk around as proud as I possibly can be.
Just want to
As you
say,
should.
Angela, I feel that in my soul. My family likes to pretend that I'm straight when I am dating men, and then we do the whiplash thing every time I come home with someone that doesn't fall into the spectrum of being a cis man.
It's like, they're, oh my god, what? Yeah.
I just wanted
Yeah.
to throw in a tiny anecdote from a straight cis man. I didn't know what pansexual was either until Schitt's Creek, actually. So I don't know if anyone else found out on Schitt's Creek. I actually think that show, the way they portrayed, like, the relationship between David and I can't remember his
It's been so long, and I feel so bad
Patrick.
because I love it. Patrick.
yes,
Patrick.
David and Patrick. Like, if you show that to an old bigot and they didn't feel anything, okay, then they're a lost cause, because, man, that.
Like
Anyway.
that minute when he did the Tina Turner song for him.
Can't even watch it without
my
just
God.
weeping. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I'll tell you, that was a huge part of my awakening. And I also want, like, I'll tell that story really quick, but I also want to, like, also highlight how common your experience is, Jeannie, um, with your family, because it really is. I think for so many of us in the chat and up here on the panel, and I don't think a lot of people understand the difficult choices we have to make in order to be our truest selves, right? And but I had a Honda Civic at the time where I had hacked the head unit, and I was able to play Netflix on my, or I was able to play videos on my head unit. So as I was on a trip with my ex-wife, we were watching Schitt's Creek for the first time, and I started to just see David, and I was like, now, see, I had known for a long time that I was attracted to men. I could not say it for for anything. I grew up. I was a third generation Pentecostal minister. I had grown up in this stuff. When I did try to come out as bisexual at 16, I was forced to go in front of the entire church and denounce that, and was almost kicked off the worship team at the church, because I had confided in one of my friends who told the youth pastor's wife, and it became this whole thing. I literally had to stand in front of the congregation at a church of about 200 people, and denounce that and say that God delivered me from it. It was crazy, but I had known. But Dan Levy, let me just say one thing: that man, he. I won't. I can't go there without getting kicked off the live. Um, but it was also Dan Levy that in that show where I saw his wardrobe, and I was like, you really want to wear a skirt so bad. And so I actually started by buying an Eddie Bauer women's winter coat that was really long, right? Because they're so good. Let me tell you, guys, if you live in a cold climate and you have not worn a really long, puffy winter coat, let me tell you, you are missing out. Your legs stay so warm. It's wonderful. And then I just was like, okay, this is going to be kind of my way of, doing this. And that was a couple of years after my divorce, but um, Schitt's Creek was definitely a turning point for me in having to, come to facts with some things. But going to that very common experience, for myself, I got divorced about almost 4 years ago. It'll be 4 years in November. It was 2 days after Thanksgiving. We decided to get divorced. My ex-wife moved out about a month later, and it was the following. Shortly before the following Thanksgiving, I FaceTimed my parents. I'm in New York. They live in Georgia, and I FaceTimed them, and I came out again. At the time, I had only come out as bisexual. My progression was bisexual, non-binary, trans woman, pansexual. That was just kind of my timeline. Um, and when I talked to them about this, and I came out to them because I really just wanted them to know that, hey, I might show up to holiday or something like that with a man. I don't know if that will happen or whatever. But I wanted to kind of give you the heads up. Their response, number one, was, well, how do you reconcile that with your faith? And I had to come out as an atheist as well, which I'd been deconstructing since I got married 7 years prior, 8 years prior, and couldn't even tell my wife that. And then I also, their other response was, well, when you told us you wanted to talk, we thought maybe you were saying that you were going to say you were planning a trip, but we kind of had a feeling, and we were honestly just hoping it was good news. That was their response, that they were hoping it was good news. And I framed this whole conversation around, I want you to get to know me better. I want you to know the real me. If you don't know this part of me, and you are literally ignoring this thing, and I told them, I was like, I love you so much that I want you to know who I really am. And their response was, we hoped that this was good news. So they continued. My dad didn't talk to me for about 6 months. My mom would text me here and there, but it was always, you know, uh, we love you and we're praying for you. And there was this undercurrent of every conversation that we're praying that you would be the person we used to know, and we love the person
I'm sorry to
that we
interrupt, but can I?
raised.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I just say, like, that whole thing? We're praying. That means that what you have told us is not what we want to hear. So
Hmm.
we're hoping that you change. And
Yeah.
at that moment, like when you like, it took me a while as well, but to realize when my parents, or sorry, my mom, because like my dad and my mom, they broke up when I was 8. Long story. We're not going to get into that right now, but um, when my mom says things like, I'm praying for you, or I will pray for you, to me, that says, like, okay, so what I'm kind of giving you right now is you going, this is not good enough, and I'm going to ask God to change it. And
Mhm.
right there, it's like, nope, immediately, no.
Yep.
Immediately, we cannot really converse either on this subject and or in life on certain things anymore, because if you think that a sky daddy is going to change and or should change who I am, we already have a huge disconnect. Make
Yeah.
sense? You know what I mean? And I think
Yeah.
that's exactly what you were saying. And I'm so sorry to interrupt. It just, that kind of caught me right there, because I'm like, my mom still to this day, like, I love, she will send me like prayer things, like prayer things on Instagram. And I said to her, Mom, don't send me that shit, because I think it's probably like
Dan, I'm sorry to interrupt.
what do you call it?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I have this person. I just clicked. I have that person blocked. That Chapel Roan. And
Oh.
if I don't know.
Is this a real
Thanks.
Chapel Roan?
Thanks for
I
that.
would have been like,
Thanks for the
yes,
heads up.
I
man, come
know,
on up.
right?
Like, yeah.
I just
And
wanted to. I
also
just
get my
wanted to
DMs,
prevent
but
anybody from getting harmed. And usually, if I have somebody blocked, it's for
A good reason.
a
Nope.
good reason.
Thank you.
Especially if I don't recognize them.
You were
Sorry,
totally cool.
sorry. I didn't. I apologize.
I
Yeah.
also
No.
think it's
Nothing to
hilarious that
apologize
that
for.
one
Thank you so
person,
much.
that person who keeps telling us to turn our cameras off, keeps on coming back with a different account. Like they are that
They can
obsessed.
suck it. Because
Yeah.
no.
Someone's
Sorry, hold on. I have, that's my phone. I'm going to
Okay.
pause for a second and go figure that shit out. Be right back.
Yeah, this is the reason why I have not talked to my family in nearly 3 years. I have blocked them in every conceivable way. Even on PayPal, I had to block my dad because he did end up sending me some money with a message for my birthday that was because it was to that point. And so the following year, they sent me a check and I shredded it. Quite honestly, it was for $40 for my birthday. I'm like, $40, number one, is a weird number, right? Like a $50 gift is one thing, but like a $40 is kind of weird. But also, like, I just was like, look, I don't need your money, right? At this point, you have told me that you don't want to know who I am. So at this point, as far as I know, um, my parents don't know they have another daughter. My younger brother, and even my sister does not know that she has a sister. Um, but my brother, I was doing a live one night. I was hosting a debate, and my brother popped on, and he came up, and this was the first time he had seen anything. I was kind of nervous to tell him, even though he's been cool about a lot of things. And his girlfriend has a trans sibling, and he came up and he was like, "Hey, big sis," and it was just honestly it was like, okay, I have one piece of my family left. And he knows me so well that he just visited Salem and he sent me a trans pride themed flag from the Satanic Temple. And so I just like, he just knows me so perfectly. So I still have one person in my family that I talk to, but I wanted to like tell that part of my story because this is the kind of decisions that so many of us have to make because our families just look. I cry every time um I'm on TikTok and I see a video pop across my feed, or I hear a parent talking about loving their trans or like their queer child, right? I fall into tears, not because I don't have that, but because it just makes my heart so happy to see this child have that love and that connection that they need so much. And I mean, at this point, my parents had been out of my, like, we didn't talk a ton, and they moved to Georgia like 10, 15 years prior. They didn't fund me, they don't feed me, they don't like, they don't finance me or anything. So it was a somewhat easy decision. But having the conversation with my therapist about what, look, they're in their like mid late 60s. My father's had cancer a couple of times. My mom had she was in the hospital for 3 or 4 weeks with COVID when that happened, and she has like brain fog and stuff from that now. I had to sit and talk to my therapist about, what happens when one of them goes. Do I show up? Right? Do I show up at the funeral and add this additional hurt on? Right? I haven't had to make that decision in real life yet, but like, these are the things that a lot of folks don't know that we have to grapple with and we have to deal with. Um, so not to, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to like bring everything down, but I just wanted to make sure that we mentioned the real struggles there,
No, I actually.
Actually, sorry, you go ahead. I will say something when you're done. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. I wanted to thank you for saying that, because it's been a long time since I've like really thought about that specifically, but I haven't really heard anybody bring it up in a while. The contemplating whether or not you would go to a parent's funeral. Not only that, but like whether or not you'd even be allowed there. I grew up in a Jehovah's Witness household and had to sit in front of a whole bunch of YT men and be asked a bunch of really gross questions after the suspicions that I might be queer came out. And I'm not allowed in that um, Kingdom Hall. I spent, a lot of my uh, childhood, being told that being queer was a sin and having to read books and scriptures about how bad it was and all that. And so it was, I just like wanted to tell you thank you, because yeah, a lot of us, I think, I don't want to speak for everyone, but a lot of us have already mourned the loss of our parents. I lost the relationship with my father at 18 years old, and I'm 32. And similar to you, like it was more than $40. I was offered $100 to my face that he pulled out of his wallet after having me at lunch with my, at the time, wife that I said was my coworker. Only went to lunch with him because my ex-wife wanted to know what my dad looked like, and so I did it. And yeah, and I talked to him about all the struggles that getting kicked out of the house when I was a kid cost me, and how I ended up in the military and all that because of him. All the debt that I got into from having no insurance because he kicked me off of my insurance, the health insurance. In America, kids are supposed to be a part of their insurance, their parents' insurance, until like 26. And my birth father kicked me off at like 17 years old. I, accrued a whole bunch of debt from being sick and having no choice but to go to the emergency room and all that good news. But yeah, so I wanted to tell you thank you. And I think the reason, like, just like drawing emphasis, because I know how many people can relate to hearing, like, when they hear these stories. This is why representation is so important, because it highlights the struggles of us as individuals. It allows people not to feel so alone in their experience. And I'm 32, and this is like still things that occur to this day. These are the things that our community before us has, like, they fought for. It's what we continue to fight for, and what we're actively fighting for now. And that's what Pride is for. That's like the whole point of Pride in the first place. And I wish that I didn't miss the beginning, because I'm sure that you already spoke about that.
Actually, we haven't actually got there yet. Um, we can, we can definitely continue on that. But you're welcome for talking about it. It's something that I think so many of us can relate to, like you said, and um, it's probably one of the most painful points that we go through, right? Is not just even our families, but just all the friends, right? The friends that even put on the face of being allies, but they just disappear
I have
when you
concepts
need
of a
them,
plan.
and this is why so many of us have started embracing that term accomplice instead of ally, right? Because allies just stand by when these things happen, but accomplices, they go even before you to fight for you, right? They are right there with you, arm in arm. And it's really quick. I'll just throw out this one thing. If you are a straight cis person, if you are or however you identify, that if you're not part of this community and you have a friend come out to you, um, be careful using the term like, hey, we don't care. Like, I know it can sound really supportive, right? To say that, hey, we don't care. We love you. We're not going anywhere kind of thing. But to say that phrase can also be really harmful, right? Because that's not a statement of support, right? That you don't care, right? You should say, hey, we care so much that we are here with you. We are going to take care of you. Whatever you need, we are here to be here with you, because we care so much, right? Really emphasizing how much you care for them rather than the fact that you don't care about this thing, because there's a reason we're telling you, right? It's because we care. It's because we care. It's so much. It's because we care about you. We want you involved. We want you in our lives. And when you say that it doesn't matter to you, that you're still the same person, even, right? It can sound really supportive, but um, it's really not. Hey Jay, if you didn't get blocked yet, just so you know, like I don't know, like if your phone can handle having any more accounts. Like you may want to like still on that. Your passwords app might be full.
Oh, I'm pretty sure you got blocked, and also Obama.
Obama.
I'm so sorry, guys. I do have to jump down. I've got to take my dog to go do her stuff, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me up,
Thank you for
and
coming out.
thank you, Eli. Thank you, Emmy, for sharing your stories. And thank you for letting me share mine.
Thank you for coming up. I do also want to piggyback off of what Emmy said, because even other queer people don't always
Hi, Jeannie.
get it right when their friends come out to them. I absolutely messed up when my niece came out to me, and just when she told me, I was like, I already knew. And she gave me the what face, and I was like, glad you finally figured it out. And she started crying, and I felt so bad. And I got that really wrong. So just be willing to like listen and be affirmative for people, because like, yes, her older aunt, figured it out a really long time ago based on her behavior and also her Wattpad reading history. I also, sorry, kid.
I thought that was a new sound on the live, Dan. Whoa.
I was just gonna say something about the sounds. So there are some new people here. The sounds you're hearing are connected to some of the gifts. So if you want to support anyone on the panel and like hearing funny sounds like that, pretty much any gift that's over 99 coins, I think, does have a sound. So for example, we have our naughty chicken.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Our potato in Paris.
The wall just got 10 feet taller.
One of my personal favorites, the hat and mustache.
Come on, man.
And so on and so forth. So for those that were a little confused, that's where the sounds are coming from. And speaking of which, please, if you do want to support the live, whether it's to get it in front of more eyes so that more people can hear these stories, or just to support the panel, what you can do is you can keep tapping the screen. That's awesome. That's always awesome. The little 1 cent heart me's are really good for the algorithm, as well as filling the goal. I stole this from Santana, which just do the little penny goals. But as for any gifts larger than a penny, I would appreciate if you send those over to the panel, at least for tonight. Thank you all so much. And make sure you're following anyone that wants to be followed. I don't know. I imagine Money Out of Politics does. And I mean, Eli, are you cool with follow plugs?
Yeah, I'm gonna be I have one episode out now. I have 10 more to 9 more to record, or 10 more spoken word pieces that I have ADHD with written expression disorder, so it is written with the help of ChatGPT. But these spoken word pieces that kind of go through my experience of deconstructing and coming out and transitioning, as well as it's called The Haunting of Saint Emery: A Divine Reckoning in Eyeliner. It's a really fun, but it's really moving. Can be hard to listen to at times, series. So I'm doing that, and I also have some other things that I'm working on. So if you want to follow me and keep in line with that, and if you don't mind, Dan, if I just ask the community really quick, if there are any LGBTQ writers that want to help me with the passion project, say passion project, because I am, unless like I get a shit ton of gifts, I can't pay anybody to help me out. But I have a passion project that's about a group of queer friends. It is, I have to find the right writer, but if you want to work with me on that, follow me, drop me a line. It's going to be something that I don't think there's a story quite like this out there. So
I love writing. I don't know how much I'll be. Well, I'll get with you offline about it afterwards. I wouldn't call myself a writer, but I love writing and literature and all that. But thank you for the work that you're doing, everybody. If any of that sounds like good stuff, dropping me a follow. If you're not following Dan right now, follow Dan and Money. I know you see Money out, but Falcon, you'll hear us refer to Money as Falcon. And yeah, I'm happy to, if you want to learn more about like trans people, if you don't get your questions answered about like specifically the military, I want to do a few different things moving forward with videos, like with content. I wanted to maybe start talking about simple medical interventions that people can do with, and like potentially like improvising with certain equipment and stuff that like was the primary function of my job, was to be a medical provider. So that's one thing that I want to be able to do given the times that we're facing right now. And so kind of like just free instructional kind of videos on hey, here's how to provide this type of medical aid and stuff, as well as answer questions, just about the queer community, trans people, as like, so I will, if you have that kind of thing, feel free to leave a comment on one of my videos, or that's probably maybe the best way to get my attention. I guess you could try to send me a DM as well. I try my best to at least see all of them. It's usually if I get off of a live, I get mostly love. I will say there's lots of gross hate and stuff, but I ignore those. The love is a lot bigger, and it means everything to me. So, but because there's so much, it does tend to get tough. What? Come here. I don't know if you can hear him. This one, somebody asked about my dogs. I have a black lab, I have a German Shepherd mix, and I have I kind of have two. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I still get caught off guard by the sounds. But yeah, anyhow, I forgot what I was saying. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I'm happy to share as much information as I can and be as transparent as possible. So I know what I wanted to do. Somebody said, are you moving somewhere safer? That is my intention. I am in I am in Texas. I am stuck right now. I own a house. I have 3 dogs. I'm scared right now. I'll be so honest with you. I'm pretty scared of the job application process. The state of Texas has been trying very hard to make simply being trans a felony. They're trying really hard to get our access to care taken away. Right now, I'm working with a private company where I just kind of have to pay out of pocket to maintain my HRT, my hormone therapy. But my paychecks stop in August. They haven't really followed up about separation pay, so I don't know what that looks like. The short answer is I would like to move somewhere safer sooner rather than later. I know there are trans people around me that are escaping and moving north. If I can sell my house and hopefully maybe make some income. I'm not in a amazing financial place right now, so I can't really just like up and leave, unfortunately. So trying to figure that out and all that. Somebody said what kind of discharge? It's honorable for me right now. For everybody that didn't volunteer themselves, like self-identify, and for those of you who don't know, 1,000 people. There's an estimated 15,000 trans people in the military across all branches, and I don't know if it's a little sign of protest, but only 1,000 of us self-identified, and that means the remainder of the service members that are going to get involuntarily separated may not get to have an honorable discharge, may not get separation pay. Yeah, so.
Actually, I'd
You
like to
want
highlight.
sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I wanted to, and I don't have raw numbers for this, and Eli probably knows the numbers better. But Ono said that the military used to be very LGBTQ, and I just want to point out, especially in the United States, there is a larger representation of trans and queer people in the military than there is in the general population, because a lot of people from conservative, southern, rural communities or impoverished people use the military to escape their situations, and trans and queer teenagers are more likely to be in the situation where they need to join the military to escape. And that's why you see this outsized queer community within the military itself, even though the discrimination against those people also exists.
Yes, just to fine tune the fifth. Of the homeless youth population in America, 40% of them are in the queer community. So 40% of homeless youth in America are queer children, and so there's very legitimately a pipeline of queer youth to military, and that is what landed me in the service, and it is 1,000% because we are exploited for that. So impoverished communities, queer communities, but you'll see pretty much any marginalized community if you're not like a white cis straight person. Yeah, so definitely. Thank you for pointing that out.
And we're actually seeing, I wanted to mention too, that we're seeing a lot of folks in these conservative states that are trying to get out right now. I have a friend in Nashville who has been, who's a transmasc, non-binary person, and they have been experiencing so much discrimination, so much hate, has been attacked physically with violence. And this is unfortunately something that we're seeing all over the place. So if you know someone that is part of the community in one of those states, please try at the very least, set a reminder on your phone each week to reach out to them and just ask how they're doing. Make sure in a world where people are trying to make us be forgotten, that they are not forgotten by you. That is like, it's those little things that can just go a long way in keeping someone's spirits up, you know? Um, and also, Eli, I saw in the comments too, the ACLU can help with some relocation expenses. So for anyone else also listening, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Which is
that is true. That's an organization that I want to get in touch with. I'll have a bit more time now that I'll be on administrative leave. So I actually intend to file a lawsuit with the ACLU, and hopefully it won't be like stopped or made more difficult because of the administration. Like, and I don't know if everybody's up to date on that, but they're trying to make it harder and harder for federal courts to do their thing.
yeah.
There was just a ruling this week about district courts not being able to put injunctions against the Trump administration's actions. And again, Eli, I do want to say, whether it's through me or someone else, I beg you to reach out to 5051 Vets. Katie is the founder of 5051 Vets, and she is a non-binary-ish lesbian. Katie is Katie. But Katie is an insane activist in the veteran space. She's the reason why we have the MST reform that we did get in the VA, and acknowledgement for MST survivors. She is amazing, and there is a wonderful community of trans vets in 5051 Vets, as well as in Common Defense, which is another organization that might have resources for legal aid and to help you move.
If everyone's okay with it, I kind of wanted to, Dan, I don't know how long you're planning on being live, but I think, especially while Falcon is here and Eli is here, I think it would be a good idea to kind of briefly go over the rest of like the history here really quick.
Yeah.
And then move into some present day stuff, so we can talk about future stuff, because with someone as involved in organizing and someone from the military, I think that we should we could get there. I also know and that we wanted to, and I do kind of still want to hit this. I do want to take some time to remember some folks that are part of the trans community and that we have lost, and LGBTQ community that we've lost, because I don't think we can really do a pride panel without recognizing those people. And I say when we've lost, I mean ones that have have either been have killed or have been killed or have unalived themselves. Specifically since Donald Trump took office, I have a short list, but if y'all are cool with going quickly through the rest, I won't go into as much detail as I was when we started. I'll just hit a few of the big points here.
I am cool. There's just two things I want to go over. I don't know if Eli wanted to cover Shui's question before or after the history. And then I did promise chat I was going to give you guys live updates about the the breaking story. This there's not much news, but I will we'll cover it really quickly. Apprehending the active shooter or shooters in the Canfield Mountain natural area may be more difficult for law enforcement because of the terrain and fire conditions, said Jason Pack, former FBI agent and veteran firefighter. One thing the fire does is provide cover for the suspect, Pack told CNN. Officials on the helicopter searching for the shooters do have the technological capabilities there to see through the smoke, but it's still going to obscure the vision of the pilots and those coming up on the ground. Another complication is the officials said they are still unsure how many people are on the mountain, Pack said. There could be other injuries up there, he said. Hopefully the shelter in place order was heeded. It's hard to get information out around the rural areas like that. For those that are just tuning in, this is an active shooter situation. Apparently, somebody started a fire to bait firefighters, and they're now just scoping them out with a sniper rifle. the shooter is still at large, and it's the developing story. So I'm going to keep an eye on the breaking news. I have no idea who would target firefighters like this. We have 2 confirmed dead so far. There's at least 1 other firefighter in surgery right now, and the story is still developing. So I will keep you guys posted.
I didn't know about that. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, I'm reading it right now. That is absolutely disgusting. Wow.
There were also 2 shootings and an explosion in DC today.
Yeah, I just also saw something in Oklahoma, I think. 3 football players.
Oh, I hadn't heard of that either. Wow. Into that one.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it says today's latest updates, and it's CBS. Like when you were talking, I just typed in active shooter today, and America did its thing.
KY, I haven't checked the updates for the DC situation. I know that 2 of them were shootings, and then there was a separate explosion. When the explosion happened, I was taking a nap, and I haven't gone to follow up with why that happened.
Okay. Yeah, we will. I'll make sure to keep my eye on that developing story, and I'll keep you guys posted. Yeah. So I don't know if we want to go through the rest of the history and then cover Shui's question, because I do think it was a great question. Or if we want to do that first, totally up to y'all. I was scheduling 4 hours for this live, but I'll go a little longer. It's okay.
I feel like because we may get too off tangent, this is just my thought, and because Shui's been waiting so patiently for that, and I don't know if you're still here or not, but it was still a good question, and I don't know if Emmy and Falcon saw it, but the question was, would you have, like, what would be something that you would have liked to hear when you came out, essentially, as opposed to what we did hear and what we did receive? What would be like some words of comfort or something that would feel nice? And I thought that was a really brilliant question to ask. So in the comments, if there's anything that you can add into the comments, if you're not wanting to come up on the panel, please also feel free to include some things that you would have liked to hear as well.
Yeah, I saw that comment too, and I thought it was a really great question as well. I'll say for myself, I feel like I have more things that I wish I didn't hear than things that I wish I did hear. Unfortunately, I think all of it for myself was made okay with my brother when he first met me as me. Just saying, "Hey, sis." I thought that was, for me, that just undid so much of all the other stuff. So I don't know that I would have much of an answer to the things that I wish I had heard, as far as like specific wording or anything like that was used. But um, I think if anything, I would have loved to hear, like, I love you. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm so happy that you are on this journey to live your truest self, and I'm here with you all the way. I think that if I had heard something like that, um, it would have been a big deal for me.
As far as my coming out goes, the first person I came out to was my brother. The only thing I wish, my brother was vocally very supportive to me about coming out. He was not upset with me. My biggest gripe with my brother was him telling our parents, and just wish that he had not outed me to our entire family before I was ready to talk to our parents about it. So don't do that. I would also, when someone comes out to you, before you react, take the time to take a beat and ask them how they feel about it and then go from there.
Yeah, that's so important to like ask where they are in it and where how they're feeling about it. And you also brought something up really important, Falcon, is like just because someone confides in you and tells you does not give you the right to out anyone to anyone else. Like we just need to make that clear. I just had a coworker who just came to where I work, transferred in, and I had no idea that he was trans. And he shared that with me one day, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm not alone. This is so great! Like, I'm not the only trans person that works here. This is amazing." And so I like finally have someone that kind of gets some of the, that gets this. But one of our coworkers, who he just said to me one day, he's like, "Hey, did you know that so and so is trans?" And I was like, as if like because I'm trans, like they had to tell me that there's another trans person here. And even though now this person has been, significantly more open about being trans, I just replied with like, "Yeah, I did. I just wasn't gonna say anything." Um, you know, User, would we advise sorry, we'll get back to this, but like, would you advise bottom surgery for a trans woman? If that's what the trans woman wants to do, sure. For myself, that's in my plans 100%, all the way. But that's completely up to the person. Sorry if I came off a little like, hesitant about that question, but like also really wanting to answer it because like whenever user bunch of numbers comes up, whoever they are, I always assume that they're, a fake account. But
I also thought it was going to be a
would I
bad fake
advise
question.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, would I advise it? Well, that's why I'm just going to turn it into a good faith question. It might have been a bad faith question, but would we advise it? I'm not a doctor. I don't advise anything medically, right? Like none, like that's not what we do. But would you advise it if that's what the person would need to feel whole and and to be comfortable in their body? Yeah, sure, nothing wrong with it.
I would say if it is a good faith question, because I'm not sure why it was specific towards trans women. That was kind of the part that maybe
Mhm.
person that they themselves are experiencing it, that I could understand how that would be, you know, specific, and that's valid. But just so everybody is aware, not all trans people want to do certain things with their bodies, and trans people don't have to change their bodies in any way, shape, or form to be valid in who they are. So, like, I really want to on
100%.
that because I've been on T for 12 weeks. I'm finally getting properly gendered in public. And yes, it feels great. But I also know that the majority of my life, I haven't had that privilege for a multitude of reasons. Whether it was not feeling safe enough to come out, which was the primary reason, or maybe not having access to HRT, maybe not having awareness of the resources at hand, which I didn't know. And I just want to say this very, very clearly and very loudly. I am no less or more of a man today than I was 12 weeks ago, than I was 2 years ago, than I was. The only time when I wasn't a man was when I was a kid, because I was a boy. And that's the only thing, no matter what people perceive me as. And just because people might perceive me correctly now doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with how I presented in the past. The only thing that matters is that I wanted to change for me to feel better, not for anybody else to feel better. So trans people don't owe anybody any transition medically. Trans people don't owe anybody top surgery or bottom surgery or facial masculinization or feminization or anything. Trans
Or
women.
passing, just in general, passing.
Yep.
Like passing is such a privilege. It's not like, and like I think you'd agree with this, Eli. Like there's this awkward stage in the middle, right, where you're not quite passing and things like that. I'm not. I'm cocky as hell right now, and I've been on hormones since the day Trump got elected. That was the day I had my appointment. I made the appointment just so everybody knows, I made that appointment 3 months earlier, not realizing that it would have been the day of the election. That I would have woken up to go to my appointment at 8 a.m., finding out that Trump was our president again. I totally forgot about that until like about a month before the election. I was like, oh fuck, like that falls on the same day. But especially for trans women, there's this period of time where your body takes time to catch up. There's surgeries, there's all these different things, and clocky trans women are just as valid as people who pass without a question, and same goes for clocky trans men. 100%. Like you're just as valid, and there is a lot of, unfortunately, there is even hate within the trans community for trans people who don't pass. It's not everyone's goal to pass. It doesn't need to be, and no one owes you passing.
I wanted to say this like really loudly and clear is like an affirmation to any trans people, but specifically to our adults.
Concepts of a plan.
It always gets me. I just wanted to say that trans women do not get the ease of like many trans men. We start testosterone and we start to grow facial hair. Our voice drops. We can cut our hair. We can wear binders. And I am still in that weird middle ground right now. Being 12 weeks on, I do feel like so fortunate and lucky that I have had I'll be so transparent with everybody. I have a lot of facial hair right now. I use cisgender men when they want to like fill out their beard and make it thicker, or like maybe they have lighter hair, like the hair on my face is light in some places. I use a beard club for all trans guys that are out there on testosterone. If you don't know about this, Beard Club has a little, oh, maybe I have it in my pocket actually. It's this big, and it's like almost like if you've ever seen a mascara brush, it's kind of like that, but it's for beards. And it's one day beard color, and so you just kind of brush it in, and then at the end of the day, soap and water, and it'll wash out. And that helps. And so these are the things that we go through daily. We have that ability. It's not that simple for trans women. Like they don't get to just start hormone replacement therapy and then hair just disappears off of their body, or like suddenly their voice changes and goes up. Like they don't have that ease of transition. And I'm getting chills talking about this. And that's why it is so crucial for people to understand that nobody owes anybody passing privilege, and there is no trans woman out there or trans feminine person out there who is any less valid because they may not present a certain way. And so please just like stay mindful about the language that we use. That's something that I would highly, highly encourage when we're talking about the things that we say, because they don't just affect like trans binary and trans non-binary people. They also affect cisgender binary and cisgender, I don't know if people, I think there's people who consider themselves cisgender, not trans and non-binary, and all identities are valid. So I just want to say that what you say about one person will inevitably impact another. And the only thing I wanted to say to finish off Shui's question was if I could speak on coming out as I think everybody kind of talked about we did a good job of talking about being queer and being trans. I just wanted to say from my perspective, it made immediately tears well up in my eyes when Emmy said that her brother said, "Hi, sister." And because I'm mutually so happy for her and so grateful for her brother, but also because I know what the fuck that feels like. I know what the fuck that means and how powerful that is. So just not when you are afraid that you might misgender somebody, it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to mess up when you have had like a pattern of behavior. But what I could really encourage people to do is, if you care about somebody, if you love them, and even if you don't know them personally, but you just have empathy in general, do the work. Like, don't center yourself when you mess up. If you mess up, just say, "Oh, I messed up. Sorry." Force of habit, and I am trying. And don't just say you're trying to break the habit. Actively try, and that happens by when you are thinking about somebody, change their pronouns in your head. When you are talking about them to somebody else they're not around, use correct pronouns for them. Remind yourself that the person that you thought this person might have been isn't who they were. They were always the person that they're telling you that they are. And it's not their responsibility for you to catch up to them. It's your responsibility for you to catch up to them. But the more that you can affirm them, the better. So that would be my advice.
That's really good advice.
I have one quick comment and then two quick questions from a straight cis guy. So the comment was in regards to what you were talking about earlier about nobody owes you passing. I have heard, and I think this also applies here. Non-binary people don't owe you androgyny. I think that's
100%.
yeah.
Yep, 100%.
So I just wanted to make sure because you had mentioned non-binary and I wanted to bring that up. But my two questions were, one, I've never heard the phrase clocky before, and I think there are people in chat that don't know what that means.
I saw that too. Yeah, clocky just means you can clock me as a trans person. Like I'm walking down the street, you
Okay.
clock me, you know I'm trans, right? There's no doubt about it. Yeah, that's the term that I like to use is I say I'm clocky as hell, because you can clock me. There's no way you can't.
I got you. Okay. And then my other question was what we were describing before, or what Eli was describing before regarding that there's even differences in or disagreements in the trans community about this. Is this what's known as trans medicalism, where people think that if you're not doing anything medically, then you're not really trans?
Yes, there are
Yeah.
trans people that like literally trans people that will say that you are not trans if you haven't done anything to transition. And then they will also say absurd things like, I know I'm not a woman as a trans woman. That's just not possible. And I know that I have a mental illness. And it's like I don't know why, I don't know where it stems from, as far as, I mean, I know what it's rooted in. If people don't realize white supremacy.
As all things are.
Yes, everything
Yep.
can be traced back to racism, and that is where it stems from. But yeah, that is a big issue. Trans medicalists, they are bane of my existence.
Same. Yeah.
Also want to highlight that unfortunately not all trans people are physically capable of medical transition, in that there are drug interactions with the hormones that a lot of trans people take, and there are medical conditions that would make surgery for transition potentially life-threatening. So you really have to. That's the one thing about trans medicalism that always kind of breaks my heart, with people within the community not feeling accepted by their own community, because there is simply no way with certain medical conditions that you can go on hormones or have surgery. And I just want to highlight that for people so that you understand, like, there is another layer of why it's so important to accept people as who they are and as who they tell you they are. Because I have I have not worked with a ton of trans people since I've started nursing, but I have seen a couple cases of certain illnesses that prevent transition.
Yeah, there's two other things I want to hit on because Kangela just said one, the financial barriers, right? Not just financial, but also just healthcare availability, right? Especially in red states, like you may not be able to find this. I have a friend that, recently came out that they're exploring their gender identity and lives in Texas, and is going to be moving. I think they just moved to another state, but while they're in Texas, I said, like, look, therapy is your best friend, right? Especially when you're going through this. And but in Texas, I would be very careful about going to a therapist and saying, hey, I think I'm experiencing gender dysphoria because of the way that the law is going in Texas, right? So there are barriers to that. On top of the medical interactions, there's financial barriers. Some of the stuff isn't cheap. Therapy is not cheap, and there are so I mean, like, for myself, I'm in New York State. I'm like right on the outskirts of a city where we literally have gender symbol statues in our city, and rainbow sidewalks, and like huge like a huge pride celebration that actually takes place in July, so that people throughout June can visit other local pride celebrations throughout the state. It's really cool. um, and even here, I had to wait 3 months to get into start hormones. And I'm working right now on getting laser hair removal for my face. It's one of the really quick. It's the reason I haven't been posting many of those spoken word things, because I've got this like consistent breakout on my chin. So I have to be very careful with wearing makeup and shaving right now. And so I've been trying to give my skin as much time to heal. To get into that would be October, if I go through a medical facility here. So there are lots of barriers to this. The other thing I wanted to bring up was people who detransition are still valid in their identity, right? I know people in several states who are detransitioning for their safety, or because they can't afford their medications, or because they can't find their medication, or because they're getting their Medicaid and Medicare cut now, right? Like, these are all things. Like, when we just really quickly looking at the statistics on this, the detransition rate is so low. It's like less than 3% of trans people, right? That detransition, and the majority of those, we're talking the vast majority, detransition either because of threats or violence, or social stigma, or these things that we just mentioned. So just because someone around you may be detransitioning, they are still trans. They are, like, if that's the identity they're holding to, as it is the majority of the time, they're just as valid. Just as valid. There's nothing wrong with that. So I wanted to bring that up too.
Then you will hear people also say constantly trans rights are human rights, and there are a multitude of reasons why that is true, starting with just it is an accurate phrase, but also getting into the weeds of the medical issue with it. HRT is a treatment that is prescribed to people with an abundance of different chronic medical concerns. And when these medical, trans bans and these policies go into effect, when insurance companies put these sweeping policies in place that no longer cover HRT, they are using trans people as a scapegoat to hurt a large swath of chronically ill and disabled people. I am completely cisgender. I am on HRT for an autoimmune disease, and I get my HRT done through the VA. And now I have to, first off, it's been really hard to do HRT this year. And there was a period of time, because the language in the ban wasn't specific enough, that they didn't know whether or not they'd be able to continue covering HRT at all for anyone. And now that I do have my HRT medication back, I have to take a drug test. I have to meet with a pharmacist. I have to go through what used to be a shipment that comes to my door and a doctor's appointment every couple of months is now something like every time I go to refill my medication, it has to be re-prescribed by my doctor, like you would with a controlled substance. It's insanity. So it, again, they are, trans rights are human rights because it is the easiest community for these bigots to attack. But they are taking away access for a much larger, group of the population than what they are telling you.
I'm so glad that you said that because, like, one, before I even get started, I'm sorry that you're going through that, and it's shit. This is what I mean by like I said earlier, what you say about trans people. Inevitably, you're talking about cisgender people. What impacts trans people impacts cis people, because there are cisgender women who have PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, super common, that causes can cause, depending on the elevated levels of testosterone, that can cause facial hair to grow. Women, no matter cisgender, transgender, owe absolutely nothing to anyone. Women don't need to shave their legs. They don't need to shave their face. They don't need to shave their armpits. They don't need to shave anything to be considered beautiful. That is a social construct that is disgusting. It's rooted in misogyny, and racism. And I can explain that if people aren't sure how. But this is another really important thing. And I saw somebody say it in the comments. All of this perpetuates eugenics behavior. And there's a lot of people who like to tell people that they're wrong for being trans because trans is like a mental illness or something. I'm starting to respond to that question instead of being like, no, it's not, because it's not. I know that. What I usually say now is, okay, and even if it was, I'm not saying it is, but even if it was, so what? What's your point? Because there are so many different mental health conditions out there, and nobody's any less worthy because they have them. People who are autistic, there's nothing wrong with them as human beings, and they're no less valid, and they deserve human rights just as much. There are people who have anxiety and depression. I have ADHD, anxiety, depression, PTSD. Those are all mental illnesses. So, and this notion that is an argument for trans people to be some sort of problem makes everybody who exists with any sort of mental illness, which, okay, it makes all those people somehow less worthy or less valuable. You wouldn't tell somebody, oh, you have a rash, or like, oh, you had the flu, that's an illness. You're less valid. It's the difference between a physical illness or a mental illness. They're all a part of your body. The brain is just as much of an organ as your heart and the rest, right? So the fact that we're treating these invisible illnesses as if there's something to be ashamed of or something to be like that we need to get rid of, that is all eugenics based, and it is disgusting. So I just wanted to affirm for people that do hear that argument, that it's all rooted in the same type of behavior. It's all white supremacy, all Yahtzee rhetoric, because the people that behaved in that way, literally, there was eugenics clinics people went to. So I just want everybody to know that there's no reason why Falcon should have any limited or reduced access to hormone replacement therapy that, might I add, more cisgender men require testosterone than there are trans men in the world. Like that, it will always be true. So yeah, and that being said, since kids have, this is like something we haven't spoken about yet, but since kids have been the target of having their access to care taken from them, when we talk about what you can say and what we would have liked to have said, social transitioning is going to be so fucking critical for these kiddos that are not going to have access to puberty blockers anymore, that later on when they're in like 16, 17 may not have that opportunity anymore, won't have that opportunity anymore. Just listening to them. If they tell you, hey, I don't like that name. This is what I'd like you to call me. It's not hard. Listen to kids. Let them tell you who they are. Encourage them, embrace them, let them know that they're loved. Let them live their authentic selves, because Emmy didn't get to live her authentic self. Falcon didn't get to live her authentic self. I didn't get to know what it was like being little Eli. And I promise you, every trans person and every queer person out there would have loved to experience that. So let's do better for our kids moving forward.
It's actually hard to see because it's so dark in here, but right up there on that shelf is something that I bought myself a couple months ago because I couldn't have it when I was a child. And a friend of mine sent me some money to go towards buying my first Barbie doll. And so here I am at 37, and I have my first Barbie up on my shelf, and I have a whole box of clothes, and I do change her outfits once in a while because it's one of those things that we didn't get to have. So listen to your children. Listen to children. It's so important.
Also want to talk about again another way that they are using this issue that is going to deny access to medical care for more than just trans kids. So there is a medical I would say phenomenon trend that we are seeing in a lot of research right now, where young girls are going through puberty at a younger and younger age. And sometimes that puberty can happen too fast or too, I'll say, intensely, trying to figure out TikTok language. And sometimes that can actually cause health problems when you're talking about, potentially, we've seen puberty onset too quickly in young girls as young as 5. And that can actually cause problems, not only going through puberty like that fast. It's actually, it can actually be painful, that kind of rapid development, but also it can cause issues with health and fertility later in life. So puberty blockers are also used to treat precocious puberty. I don't want to. We're on a live with people. I see you, Nurse Gigi. I know the words. We're on a live with people who don't know these terms, and so I'm trying to use layman speech with what I'm talking about so everybody understands. But yes, that is absolutely a thing that young girls go through. It is becoming more and more common that young girls are experiencing things like this. And again, taking away that access to treatment is going to cause issues for these very real children experiencing this.
Yeah, and also some of the way that some of these bills are written that are trying to get passed really quickly, going to like just mention there are a couple of different trackers that you can look at online if you're really interested in what's going on with this stuff. ACLU is tracking anti-trans legislation or anti-LGBTQ legislation. There's another one as well. And there are hundreds of bills across the country that have been proposed in 2025, hundreds. We're talking, depending on the estimates, we're looking at like, actually, where did I have the one? So currently, according to translegislation.com, 942 bills have been introduced in 2025. Just a current update on that, that's within 49 states. 116 of these bills have passed, and 218 are still active. 608 have failed. So W on those 608 bills passing. ACLU is currently tracking 598 anti-LGBTQ bills introduced in 2025 alone, and we are only halfway through. So the way that some of these are written, and even the way that some of the stuff from Trump has come down, is things like restricting federal funding to medical organizations and educational institutions. Where that offer gender affirming care or are pro gender affirming care, recognize gender diversity and things like that. And I just want to remind people that, like, when you remove funding from an educational organization or a hospital, like a healthcare organization, for that kind of stuff, that funding now has to like get shifted. It's funding that gets taken away from the whole organization, right? And so this affects cis people who don't even need any sort of gender affirming care or hormones. When funding is removed, everyone suffers, right? It's not just the people that they're taking it away from. And look, they're targeting kids to take it away from everyone. It's very clear that was the whole thing, and that's how they've always done it, right? They've always put the kids out there because everyone wants to protect children, and as soon as they hear they're not being protected, they don't even listen to what's coming next. Yes, Kangela,
Right.
and jobs are lost. Yes.
I just realized that this panel can go on all night because there's so many there's so many interesting avenues that, or I guess branches that the conversation takes. And I never want to jump in and say, "Oh, let's get back on track," because I'm listening.
No, you're
Like
good.
I'm super interested. So, but Emmy tried, I want to say 40 minutes ago, to get us back to the history.
You're good. No, you're good. Look, I know I put a lot together, Dan, but there's no pressure to get back necessarily. This is the stuff that, like, we started with history. We're currently talking about the present, right? And we're talking about it in a way that, like, really goes beyond just like what is currently going on with legislation and in our government. We're going into making sure that people understand what the experience is for the community, right? And some personal stories and things like that that really help it hit home. So I'm not upset about that at all. Like, yeah, look, if nothing that I prepared today got shared today, but these stories still got shared, that's enough. But it is also your life. So if you wherever you want to go next, hi Noodle, we can go there too.
No, I am totally I'm totally cool with how the live's been going on. Honestly, it's been going pretty well. I did want to comment on or replied about one of the comments saying that, like, this is good info, but it's so much less than Dan's normal lives. That's it's unfortunate that lives like these, where we have like panel discussions and most of it's just educational, get few reviews. It's for two reasons. One, the algorithm does seem to suppress topics like these, but also two, a lot of people that watch political content kind of just do it for the debates of it, for the conflict. And so live like these have a couple things going against them. So I do want to shout out those that do lives like these all the time. Neely, thank you. Those that do lives like these all the time. These are very important lives, sharing people's real stories and also teaching. I've learned so much, and I'm and I try to stay at least more informed than the general population about this stuff. And I've learned a lot. And I imagine there's a ton of people in chat that have also learned a lot. So lives like these are super important. And I do want to try to do them more often. And just I want to shout out those that do these all the time. Because number one, you're a target for bans more often. Number two, you're probably less likely to get viewers, which means harder to do it without any kind of compensation or anything like that. So just want to shout out all those out there that do that. I know there's a ton that I'm mutuals with that I do want to start sending more raids to, I guess, is part of what I'm getting at here. I'm the admin, actually.
They would appreciate that. Yeah, they appreciate it so much. Back when I did it, whenever anyone would do that, it was really meaningful. And it's one of those things that, like, as soon as all those like hate comments you guys are seeing that come through, which your mods, Dan, top notch.
W's in the chat for the mods.
I've always known that, but like W's in the chat for mods, because these mods are like the best in the game. I swear to you, like, Dan's got the best mods in the game.
We had to go through 2 mod civil wars to get there, but we're good to go now.
But like that's nothing. And like when I did lives like this, and who knows, like this live has been so great. I might do more like debate lives on this kind of stuff in the future. Because I do kind of miss it. I also, like you, Dan, love crashing out on idiots when it's necessary. And um, you know, when it's my lives, I don't care if someone goes, "Oh, Emmy's got a 5 o'clock shadow. Emmy, turn your camera off." Um, like when I've done those, I would tell my mods, let those ones go. If it's about me, let it go. If it's a slur, they start attacking other people on the panel or other people in the comments. That's when we. But in a situation like this, there's such a wide variety of people here. We want to protect everybody, right? So like your mods have been doing an incredible job. But those kind of comments and all the blocking, muting, things like that also do affect the algorithm, right? They see those kind of comments coming in, and oh, thanks, Neely. That I take that as a huge compliment, being like Dan. Dan is literally my favorite debater on TikTok. A political debater. I've got a couple great like religious debaters that I like, religion debaters that I absolutely love, and they are phenomenal and so funny. If anyone's looking for any recommendations on that stuff, let me know. But yeah, it also does affect the algorithm. So yes, it is sad that these get a lot less viewership, but that's why we've got to do the hard work and keep posting things like this. And this is why I'm so grateful for Dan, because Dan could have 1,000 people in here tonight. He could have, he could have Parker up here. He could have so many of these things, but he's giving us the space, and that is allyship. That is like what it means to care about your community. And I don't know of any other creator that cares about his community. So W Dan.
Okay, and I do want to like really drive that home, because when we do stuff like this without Dan, you think 200 is low. When we do stuff like this without Dan, we have 3 people. Like it's it's 100%, like it cannot be overstated how much of his time and his space that Dan gives to communities that don't have the kind of audience and access that he does. And I want to say he does it without, I can 100% say that Dan is a creator that does this without trying to game this to his own advantage. He is not a creator that has ever asked me for money to go on lives, and that is something that some creators with larger platforms do. He doesn't ask for money to make content about, resistance movements or about queer communities and things like that, which is also something I, as someone working with nonprofits, have also had TikTok creators do. The level of Dan just saying, I want to verify that this is legitimate and then otherwise go nuts, is absolutely incredible as someone that deals with influencers on a regular basis, doing nonprofit work.
I really appreciate the glazing. Thank you. I do want to say Falcon did share some chisme about that, and I am shocked by some of the things large creators have asked for. I'm shocked.
Tired is in the comments. She's our social media manager for Money Out of Politics. She can attest to this, that there's a creator on this app that asked us for $10,000 to make a 20-second video about our nonprofit work. So just putting that out there.
Okay, well, I thought it was a secret, but I guess
I wasn't gonna drop the name, but okay. Tired.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess the cat's out of the bag on that one.
Let me be fair. I am charging Dan about 50,000 for this tonight, so he just doesn't know it yet.
But I will say that is not the only creator that has done something like that to us, and more often than not, creators want tips just for nonprofits to go on panels. Like I've had someone DM me when I was trying to get into a live, and said that because we're an organization, it was $50 to come up.
I don't get it.
Yeah, that's wild. Also, I just realized. Okay, I just realized my brain is so rotted that rather than me saying thank you so much for the kind words, I said I appreciate the glazing. I want to apologize. That's I'm sorry. I've been on TikTok too long. I really do appreciate the kind words, and frankly, I think this kind of stuff is the bare minimum. Once you have a platform, I do think we should use our platform for more stuff like this. Obviously, that doesn't mean that that the debates are going to end, because the debates are what keeps us on the front page, keeps us growing. But whenever I can, especially during Pride Month, I would like to do more stuff like this. So I really do appreciate the kind words. I also want to welcome up Noodle. I don't think I've spoken yet, and Lovey. Hey, Noodle and Lovey.
Hi. I just wanted to come up real quick. I've been listening all night, and I wanted to share my experience, which I think personally isn't maybe not unique, but rarer. I am a trans man who did begin transitioning as a minor, thanks to my amazingly supportive parents. And something that infuriates me to no end when it comes to the debates is it seems like a lot of Trump supporters, or just transphobes in general, think kids are so unbelievably stupid that they can't possibly have any, they can't have any idea of their own identity. That has to be made up for them. Like, kids are not nearly as stupid as you think they are. They know who they are, and if they don't, then they can explore that so easily. And then they'll figure out, oh, that doesn't feel right. That's not for me. And then when it comes to medically transitioning, it's like they believe that they walk into a clinic one day and they're given years and years worth of hormones just right off the bat, don't have to talk to anyone, when it is an incredibly long process filled with many, many different doctors and many different psychologists. I don't know. It's infuriating.
I appreciate you coming up and sharing that, and I agree. We've actually talked about this a lot. Whenever it comes up, how it's like they think it's instant. I mean, and we know why they think this. So it's something Donald Trump said, like, on the debate stage, that, oh, you go to school one day and you come back a different gender. It's not how these things go. But like, America would give free healthcare. Yeah, exactly.
Also, we can't afford to feed kids in school, and you think they're getting health care? Come on now. Like, what?
I mean, as soon as me and my parents were told that apparently if I just, skipped lunch a few times, went down to the guidance counselor office, I could have gone free top surgery, I feel gypped.
You were doing it wrong.
I could have saved so much money if I just went down to math class, gotten it done there.
I will say that the people that generally think children are too stupid or incapable of exploring their feelings on how they are wanting to present themselves are also the type of people that think that children should be seen and not heard.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't count children as a viable brain, but they certainly want them to be born. They certainly do have an issue with the schmortions that could potentially keep children from being born. But then as soon as they are born, they are meant to be seen and not heard. And they are literally there just so that they can have someone to take care of them when they get old. I was born to very, very Southern parents. And while I am not transgender, I am part of the alphabet mafia. And my mother has very clearly told me several times that if either of her children came out as anything other than straight, that she would no longer have whatever that child was. So, I don't speak to my family anymore. specifically after January 23rd. It was the last time I had any contact with my mom and my grandmother. But you know, it's that type of mentality that there's no possible way that trying to help your child think through what they are feeling and listening to them and trying to guide them into making good decisions for themselves. They are the ones that seem to hate trans people the most, and it's really sad.
I just wanted to pop in and say, hey guys, Tired is Kristen. She is the social media manager, operations director, whatever 14 other titles she has for the Money Out of Politics movement. She does so much amazing work, and you guys should love her as much as I love her, because a lot of the work that we get done would not be possible without her. I think she's managing like 13 social media accounts by herself right now. She is an absolute machine.
Aw, thanks.
That is impressive.
Yeah, I dropped a follow.
As far as convincing parents to help their kids transition, I can say that that's one situation that I have been in. So I'm a CNA, I'm in RN school. My goal is to be a midwife, for those of you who don't know my face. I volunteer at our local LGBTQ Life Center as much as physically possible and these centers are dedicated to providing access to medical care for queer people, and it's usually staffed by volunteer clinicians. And I've had to have these conversations with parents a couple of times, and I think one, education is the most important when it comes to dispelling some of the fear-mongering, because the things that you see about puberty blockers and transition for kids in the media is so much more wild and drastic than what it's actually like in real life. So I think dispelling a lot of those myths and also offering these families access to family therapy and doing the work to build trust with these families can go a long way in helping parents be willing to approve transition. I think there's just a lot of mistrust. You know, they hear these kids are getting surgeries in school and they think, oh, my kid wants to transition. This is so scary. I don't want my kid to have life-altering surgery or go on drugs that will change them for the rest of their life. And I think letting them know that, like, this is not an irreversible decision, but maybe just giving your kid the time to come to terms with things and make the choice can be super helpful. You're never going to change a bigot, but a parent who's willing to come in to something like the LGBTQ Life Center with their kid and be really hesitant and uncomfortable about it, but at least they're there, like, that person is already halfway there and willing to listen, if that makes sense.
I would just like to say something. I did just look it up. I did not know that that term was a slur, and I am so extremely sorry. I had heard it commonly around me growing up all the time, and I would like to sincerely apologize. I had no idea, and I will never use it again in the future.
I don't know if Emmy or Eli have ever done that. As far as helping, or I know you guys aren't connected to your parents, but having to deal with educating parents about what being trans as a child really is.
Well, I mean, when they used to host lives, yeah. You know, I'd have a lot of folks coming up and asking questions, but I don't currently do that. So,
really quick, I want to take the opportunity because this is a good teaching moment here. First of all, Noodle, I'm not a part of the Romani community, but given that you didn't know, you're totally good. Like the apology, the accountability, awesome. But I do want to let everybody know, because this is a very not especially in certain parts of the country, people don't know that this is a slur directed towards the Romani people. So I'm going to is the best way to. I want to say the word once just so people know what we're talking about. And I think that'd be that's small harm to, create a greater what's the word? Reduction of harm in the future when people learn this. So the term is based off of maybe spell it out. I guess I could do that.
I would say yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So the term is based from GYSPY, and then the shortened version of that is GYP, usually used regarding like, oh, I got scammed or I got cheated. This was something that was used a lot, especially when I was growing up in New York, New Jersey, and I didn't realize it was a slur towards Romani people until probably the past, like, I don't know, 4 years. Pretty much when I wasn't into politics at all, or learning about marginalized people and systemic injustice and all that stuff. I had no idea, and I imagine there's a lot of people of the 287 people here that don't know that. So I'm first of all, shout out to the person that noticed it, Bones. Thank you, and shout out to Noodle for the accountability. Again, this is not a well-known one, so I wouldn't beat yourself up about it, but thank you so much. And yeah, I just wanted to clear that up really quick with everybody.
I do have to head out, but thank you so much for having this space. It's been... This Pride Month hasn't felt very prideful, with everything going on. So just having these small moments of just community are amazing to see. Thank you for everything you do. Emmy, Eli, Money, I've been listening to you guys all night. You guys are fantastic. Dan, once again, thank you for having this space. Have a wonderful night.
You as well, Noodle. Thank you.
Thanks for coming up, Noodle.
And your story.
And Dan, that is why it's so important this month, because I think a lot of us are feeling what Noodle just said. That this Pride Month doesn't the Pride's not priding, right? It's like it's not hitting the same way. And I mean, I've only experienced 2 other years of being, of celebrating Pride like this, and it's just not hitting the same. So having this is just so important this year, especially. So a lot of healing going on here tonight, I think, for a lot of folks who have just felt like we've been forgotten about. So.
If there's any I doubt it right now, but if there's any conservatives in chat that are watching that don't get why it might feel different, think back to that one time where all the stores wanted to do Black Friday starting on Thanksgiving, and you'll be okay, Thanksgiving wasn't Thanksgiving this year, and maybe that'll relate to you guys.
Well, and oh, sorry, go ahead, Levy.
I'm so sorry. I was just gonna say for once, hello everyone. My name is Levy. I'm 18.
I love you.
Dan, thank you so much for allowing you up on your platform. I appreciate it tremendously. Thank you for holding this space. I absolutely love it. If I start stuttering, I just woke up. Okay, so don't make fun of me. But
you're totally good.
You're good.
But I actually completely agree with you guys. This year with Pride Month has felt so on the back burner, I think is like the best way to explain it. It's felt so forgotten, even by those of us who are in the LGBTQ community. It's felt so literally out of sight, out of mind. I think that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this point. Like seeing Trump's parade, seeing how different people are treating us within the LGBTQ community, acting as if we just don't exist anymore. It's really, really sad, honestly. And it's always been there, of course. But seeing it as blatantly as we are today, I think is opening a lot of people's eyes now. Like me personally, last year, Pride was like this big thing, right? I knew Pride was doing good when it was annoying the hell out of conservatives. If it wasn't annoying the conservatives, it wasn't doing its job, right? In my opinion. And this year, it isn't. And it seems like there are so many people that have just forgotten about the people who have laid down their lives during the civil rights movement, who have been arrested, who have even been unalived by those who wanted nothing with us on this planet. It's it's almost like everyone, I don't want to say everyone, but it's almost like people are forgetting. And I think that's why Pride Month is so important. I think that's why Pride Month is so valuable to those of us within the community, because we get to look back and we get to see people like Marsha P. Johnson, who were beautiful, beautiful icons that led these movements to where we are today. And I'm glad that we can still hold spaces like these to be able to acknowledge these icons and these, in all honesty, heroes for some of us. But it's really sad that it feels like it's diminishing, and it's
Lovey,
really, really sad.
I want to point out it's by design. That's the thing. It is by design that Pride Month doesn't feel like Pride Month this year. It's by design that Trump has, well, had so many executive actions, right? Since taking office, and has had this parade during Pride Month, has literally, this might be a good moment to transition the conversation into the activism and activists, as well as you mentioned the people that we've lost as well, because it is by design. Like, this isn't intentional. This is what Trump, his whole shtick is to flood the zone, right? To put as much out there as possible and hide everything. Every big action that he's doing is hiding something else. It's taking our attention away from something, and it's designed to get us exhausted so we stop fighting, right? It's designed to make us get so overwhelmed that we can't keep up with, and not just the trans community. We're talking about everybody that has a vested interest in who is losing rights. We're talking about women. We're talking about people of color. We're talking about the whole thing. So it's by design. It's not just a coincidence that Pride doesn't feel like Pride this year. It is by design. And so that's why it's so important to make sure we have these spaces, and to remember that, and this is so big, Pride is not about celebrating who you sleep with. Pride is not about celebrating just being trans. Pride is and has always been protest. And I want to let every single person that in this community know that is part of the queer community, that every time you step out the door, you do so in protest. Every trans person, every time you step out the door, you do so in protest. And this is one of the things I was just chatting. I'll share this briefly about with my therapist today. So grateful to have a trans-masked non-binary therapist who I came into contact with through a place called the Queer Wellness Center. It's incredible that I was able to find that. Thank you for the gifts. There's a part of me that, while passing is my goal, it is this thing that I'm working towards. I almost am starting to, like, at this point, I'm not ready for it, because I'll use the term again that people were confused about, being clocky, like being able to be clocked and being not passable right now, is probably for me, the biggest thing I can do in protest. I don't feel safe. I am way too close in New York State to where some people have had some tragic things happen to them that we're going to share about here in a bit. Even in New York State, okay? This is my protest. This is the best thing that I can do right now. And I just want to remind you, if you are part of this community, every time you step out the door, every time you wear the pride pin, every time you put up your flag in your window, you do so in protest. And that's how Pride started, is protest, with Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera and many, many, many others at Stonewall, which is actually was going to come up next in our history. So I just saw a comment though that there is an update on the situation in Iowa.
Yep. Hopefully, this is about the shooter. Man with firearm found dead on Canfield Mountain. Sheriff's office says a deceased man was found on the mountain with a firearm nearby. The County Sheriff's Office said in a news release posted on Facebook Sunday night, officials will disclose further details at a news conference scheduled for 9:30 p.m. local time, which would be, what is that, our time? 12:30? 12:30 our time, or Eastern time. The Sheriff's Office also said a shelter-in-place order has been lifted, but an active wildfire remains. Okay, so if the shelter-in-place order has been lifted, it sounds like they got the guy, or at least they found. I don't know if they unalived themselves. Residents in the area are advised to be prepared and ready should further action need to be taken. Okay. We'll keep you all posted on further updates on that.
And
Well, thank you for
to
that.
go back to what Emmy was saying, I think it's important. Yes, this has not felt like a celebration month, but the first Pride was in 1969, and it was a series of protests and demonstrations. And so it feels like we're sort of getting back to the root of why Pride existed in the first place. Because every time they try to tell us you don't get to be yourself, you don't get to exist as yourself, and that's for all of us. That's for the LGBTQIA plus community. That is for the mental diagnosed community, because I am autistic and ADHD, and apparently I don't deserve to have medication and should be in a work camp. That is for the disabled community, which I'm also a part of. That is for the chronically ill community, which they're trying to take away our Medicare so that we don't exist on this plane anymore. That every time that this administration comes and tells us that you don't get to exist in the body, in the space, in the way that you are existing right now because you are not one of us, that is when we add one more notch to the belt. That is when we have one more chance to stand up together and tell them to go F off. And so the actual first Pride Parade was in 1970. It was a whole year after that series of protests. So, you know, when it happens, there's going to be joyous protesting throughout the land while we sing Ding Dong, the witch is dead. And then we get to fight the rest of his administration cronies. So this is a long haul battle, and I know that we're tired, hence my name. We are exhausted. We are tired. He is flooding the zone, just like Emmy was talking about. He is trying to make us tap out. And I don't think he understands how tenacious we are, because I know that every single time I see a panel like this, every single time I talk to my people, every single time I make one more connection and have so much more community built around me, it makes me remind myself why we're fighting and how much better this can be if we are all in this fight together.
Yeah, that's so important. For anyone in the chat that isn't familiar with Stonewall, Stonewall in New York City was a bar owned by the mafia, where that a lot of people in the queer community frequented, and there were very few establishments through the 50s and 60s that openly welcomed openly gay people, and this was an unprovoked riot. Police showed up to raid the place, which was common at the time, and people said, we've had enough. We've had enough, and it started a series of riots. And that is where Pride begins. And really quickly to highlight one of the biggest blows, in my opinion, to the community in terms of our history is that the plaque at Stonewall, the T in the LGBT community, in the LGBT was taken away because of Trump. It was literally taken off of the plaque that commemorates Stonewall. And something that the reason that that's such a big deal, because there are also the folks that would say that the T doesn't belong, right? Like you'll hear in debate lives about this, people coming up and saying the LGB community. completely leaving out the T, saying that we don't belong because gender and sexual orientation are not the same thing. I just want, like, we mentioned Marsha P. Johnson. Marsha P. Johnson was one of many trans people that were at Stonewall, along with her close friend Sylvia Rivera, who both had such a big part in this. And it is often miscommunicated and misperceived that Marsha was the first person to throw a brick at Stonewall. Nobody truly knows exactly who it was, because the riot broke out so quickly and so fiercely. But just a little quick background on a couple of people that were important because of regarding Stonewall. Sylvia Rivera often gets forgotten because of hey, Notorious, you can just like go somewhere else. Thank you. Sylvia Rivera also often gets forgotten because of Marsha P. Johnson being miscredited as the person who threw the first brick. But Sylvia was Marsha's close friend, and I'm just going to read a couple short blurbs about each of them. Sylvia Rivera was a trailblazing Latina trans activist who fought fiercely for the rights of transgender and marginalized people, especially those forgotten by mainstream LGBTQ plus movements. A veteran of the 1969 Stonewall Uprising, she co-founded STARS, and I'm going to use this term. I know it's a slur now, and we don't use this, but this is what the name of the organization was. Street Transvestite Action Revolutionaries, with Marsha P. Johnson, who to support homeless, queer, and trans youth. Sylvia's activism was rooted in lived experience. She knew firsthand the violence of the streets and the failures of systems meant to protect her. Her legacy is one of uncompromising defiance, radical love, and a demand that no one be left behind. And Marsha was also a revolutionary activist who also started STAR. And one of the things I love about Marsha is that she often was known for saying that the P in her name stood for Pay It No Mind. So Marsha Pay It No Mind Johnson. She was fearless, and her legacy, of course, lives on very brightly. I did make sure I sent Dan some pictures. So this is Sylvia Rivera.
I'm pulling up Marsha right now. Sorry, I was lowering my camera so
You're
that
good.
we could fit everything.
Yeah, you're good. So that's Sylvia Rivera. And actually Sylvia, I think, showed up a day after, or like the next morning after Stonewall started.
Can I?
Yeah, Eli. Yeah.
I wanted to. Yeah. So I in full transparency, I actually just learned a lot more about Stonewall than I had like previously known. So yeah, Marsha and Sylvia, incredibly important, prominent figures. A lot of people don't know about the. There's so much more to this lore of our history. So we were unable to exist publicly, and what ended up happening was, in order for us, so like queer spaces were being shut down by like the state and the government by having their like liquor licenses removed, and so that became one of the ways that they were silencing and removing our ability to be in these like spaces comfortably. So a lot of people don't know about the mafia involvement. And so mafia came in and bought up these spaces, and because they had the liquor license, would basically allow queer people to exist in these spaces. And it sounds like a W, but when it comes to capitalism and the like exploiting queer people for their queerness, and basically the need to be able to have these safe spaces, not exactly the kind of allyship that we're looking for. But
Also, just a tiny quick piggyback on that, we also know that the these organized crime units that were running these establishments were also using this as a way to traffic these queer people.
Yeah, thank you for saying that as well. And the one I wanted to just add in, a lot of people, and I'll admit, I was unaware too, and I was really, really happy to learn this within the last couple weeks. Another prominent figure that I don't think I've ever heard get mentioned in this discourse. I think that Marcia and Sylvia both deserve all the recognition, and we are fully aware that there are so many queer and trans people that were at the Stonewall riots that were just unidentified. Either they were arrested, unalived, for so many reasons, left out of history, and I want to pay tribute to them. I also want to bring up, I'm gonna send you in chat, Dan, a name really quick, if you could. It'll be really easy to pull this person up, and I would like to talk about this individual really quick, for the purpose that this person doesn't get spoken about a lot. So this is a person called Stormy Delavari, and yeah, and so I don't know that I always I'm pronouncing it correctly. But what I'll say is, yes, so that's the person. So this is a drag queen, drag king, who performed for our community, who was at Stonewall before Marcia and Sylvia showed up. Marcia and Sylvia heard what was happening and flew. That's they literally, these riots weren't just an hour or so. And then it ended, Emmy was saying, they showed
They
up.
went on for days. Yeah.
They showed up as soon as they heard about it, what was happening, which is why it's incredible. Who runs towards the fight? We do. we do. And I'm so proud of Marcia and Sylvia. But Stormy gets left out of the conversation, and from what I have read about them, they use she, her, they, them, he, him pronouns. So all history documents say that they were known as a butch lesbian, and this is the part of trans history that also a lot of people don't know. A lot of
Eli, I'm sorry. Could someone get Tyrex in the comments, please?
Yeah, weird.
Thank you.
I didn't even know what that was, but
it could. A lot of there's some people that it could have something to do with this. I have no idea, but who knows?
Yeah. It was the bee celery part of it that made me go.
Yeah.
Yeah, telling you to be something other than you are,
Yeah.
Yeah. I just sometimes I don't even pick up on the dog whistles. I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't even know if it was one. But I do want to say that this
could be wrong. I don't know.
So this person, part of our history, representation is important. So this is also, let me see. I don't want to get this incorrect, because I know that she was African American, and I know that I'm missing a part of her identity, and I feel bad. And please, chat, if you want to add to it or you find it before I do.
Born in New Orleans to an African American mother and a white father, remembered as a gay civil rights icon and entertainer. Worked for much of her life as an MC, singer, bouncer, bodyguard, and volunteer street patrol. The guardian of lesbians in the village. I don't know what part of her identity we're missing here.
That was it. I just wanted to make sure that it's really important to draw attention to specifically Black men and women, and those that are non-binary in history, because when you look back at major civil rights movements, they carried us. And here's another example of that. I look up to this person. If I wish that I had known about this person sooner, because wow, I identified as a masculine lesbian for the majority of my life, and I still love the identity lesbian. However, I find myself, as I'm starting testosterone, to be more and more drawn to. Oh man. Anyways, but yeah, so pansexual fits me a bit better now. But this is part of our history with like the trans masculine and trans men is the identifying as butch lesbians out of like the need for safety, or identifying within a category of the LGBTQ community that keeps them safer. And so wanting to keep like I'm not going to assign a trans man to Stormy, but it is very important to point out that Stormy used a variety of different pronouns, and so I'm not going to sit here and speculate or assign any identity to this icon, but I did want to draw attention because he was there, and he was there when the riots broke out, and he was there, you know, fighting that good fight, and so just wanted to draw that attention to that name as well, since we were doing so.
Thank you, Eli. That's a name I
also-
hadn't heard yet, so I appreciate that.
Before Eli, good night, Kristen. Tell me what you think of your presents that I made for you this weekend. But also another thing, we as queer people are also constantly learning, like Emmy learning about this new excuse me, my words are not functioning. About Emmy learning about this new person. I learned something new today. I went to a talk with Freedom Road in Washington, D.C. today, and they were doing like an educational thing about the history of sort of queer liberation and these rights issues. And they taught us today that the F slur is actually a French word. And part of the reason why it's so horrible is because it is the word that French people used during the witch trials when they were burning women alive during these trials. They said that they would use gay men as firewood. And they referred to the firewood at the bottom of the pile, which was living gay men in these pyres. They called them fire logs with that word. So when we talk about like something deeply rooted in horrible history and harm, that is gross. And that's something that I've studied a lot of history, anthropology, the history of like different words and stuff like that. And even I, until today, did not know where that came from. And that is horrible.
I'm just learning that now. Yeah.
Really quick, this is gonna sound insane, but I knew that because of before he was canceled, Louis C.K.'s old show. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about, but there was a scene where they're playing poker, and the gay gentleman at the table explained that to Louis, and I've known it ever since. So that's interesting that I would have learned it in that place, but go figure.
Wow. Actually, I'd like to bring up another, and Dan, I sent you a picture of this person as well. Someone else who folks might not know about that was important at Stone is a journalist and activist named I might script the name, Dick Leitch. If you haven't heard of him, he was a pioneering gay rights activist He was best known for leading the Sip-ins at Julius's Bar in 1966, and the president of one of the earliest gay rights organizations in the U.S., Metasheen or Metasheen Society of New York. And Leitch challenged the laws that criminalize serving drinks to known homosexuals. So this was, a pretty big deal. And he was also one of the first gay journalists to cover the Stonewall Uprising. So from the inside, so he was also there, and he was someone who was covering this and was one of the first to actually cover it. So he was very bold, and it helped really lay out the groundwork for the movement that came after Stonewall. And that's a picture of him there. So big shout out to him as well. He was very important in making sure that people heard about Stonewall and heard about what was going on, and made sure that people knew what was happening. So I wanted to make sure that we pointed him out as well, because we need people, we need the media, right? Media is so important, and it's under attack right now. And so I wanted to highlight someone from the media then that was also there, but also something that Eli said just made me like, just think about like just how we literally can't separate the civil rights movement and the LGBTQ liberation movement, right? Like you cannot talk about queer history without talking about the history of Black and colored people, people of color, sorry, in this country. You cannot talk about the civil rights movement without talking about the LGBTQ movement, because they can't be separated. They share a history. So I just wanted to share that as well. If you look up anything about the history of the LGBTQ rights movement within the U.S., you will see the civil rights movement tied in at every step, on almost every resource you find, because they go hand in hand. In fact, one of the sources I was looking at today was actually mentioning, let me see here. Let's see, where was it? Because I still have it pulled up here. Shoot, I can't find it to make sure I get it right. Let me see. I can't find it right now. Oh, here it is. Eluda Equiano, a formerly enslaved person, this was 1789, published the interesting narrative of the life of Ulada, I'm probably screwing up the name here, Equiano or Gustavus Vasa. It was one of the first widely read narratives of slave life at the time, and in it he describes same-sex relationships he had with other men, and the existence of same-sex relationships within slave culture, since slaves were not allowed to marry. So like this goes all the way back. You can't untie these things. So I just wanted to mention that as well, as we're talking through some of the history of the movement, and some of the key people in that. Moving forward in time just a little bit, 1977 was also a big year, because Harvey Milk, who is relevant, and there we have a picture of Harvey as well, who's relevant right now because Donald Trump took his name off of a naval ship that was named after him. He had some incredible contributions to the Navy, and in 1977 he was elected to county supervisor in San Francisco and becomes the third out elected public official in the United States. A year later, 1978, he was assassinated along with the mayor, George Moscone. He literally he became the third out elected public official, and a year later was assassinated. Harvey Milk is you'll hear that name a lot, and we dedicated a naval ship to him, and Donald Trump took that name right off at the beginning of Pride Month. It was like the first thing he did during Pride Month, was take Harvey's name off that ship. So we need to make sure that we also remember Harvey and the incredible accomplishments of that man, and the the force. I mean, to get elected that early on into any public office, I think is just it takes a lot of boldness to even run, I think, at that time, right? And then also to the American people or to the California people in San Francisco to elect him. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit sleepy if I'm stumbling over my words. So Harvey Milk is another big one. And if you guys are cool with it, I do want to talk about just a couple other politicians that have been pretty notable in the LGBTQ community and are currently very notable because I have
Before
a
we
few
make that pivot,
Oh,
I
yeah.
do want to call out another dog whistle, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So when we talk about also the history of Black people being a part of, being at the core of the LGBTQ literations movement, we also have to talk about the fact that our government's like Red Scare propaganda and hatred of socialism and communism and all of that is also deeply rooted in racism and homophobia. For many reasons, but one of which is because after the overthrow of the Spanish Empire, probably say 80 to 100 years after America was established as a country and we wrote our Constitution, when the South American countries started gaining their own independence. I'll send you the book for this, Dan. I know I can see your brain spinning. But probably about, I want to say it's 80 to 100 years after when the Spanish Empire is overthrown and the South American states gain their own independence. They start writing socialism into their constitution. So if you look at these original constitutions, you will see things like healthcare and social rights. And this is the very beginning of what will be known as socialism, written into these early constitutions. Because of that, while I'm not going to say that racism didn't exist in these societies, we do know that they did give Black, brown, I don't want to use the M word because it is a slur now, but mixed race individuals' rights under these constitutions, and they also gave those rights to queer people. Now, were some people prejudiced and a-holes? Yes. But we're talking about legally on paper, these rights were given. And with the formation of these nations and America going on the beginnings of its journey of empire, shall we say? I'm probably explaining this horribly. The idea that America had to deal with the problem in South America is deeply rooted in racism, and the scapegoating of socialism is by design. I mean, literally quoted by design by the guy that started the whole thing. I need to send you the book. I'll have to look up the name. I'll put it in the chat, Dan. All of that scapegoating of socialism and communism starts in that history of this racist hatred towards Mexican and South American people and these mixed race and African individuals because they did not want to allow America to exploit them as a resource. And so they have turned it into this whole thing. So when you hear, especially from politicians, say socialism bad, socialism evil, and we're seeing it. We are seeing the Trump administration turn towards peaceful socialist and communist groups in the U.S. Or labeling activist groups like 5051 as communist or socialist, and they're using it as a justification to start arresting people to say that they're tea organizations and things like that. So I need people, regardless of how you feel and how a lot of people have been miseducated about what socialism and and communism are. I need you to understand that when you see arrests like this, when you see these investigations where they're labeling people with this is a racist and homophobic dog whistle that they are using to go after these groups of people. And what we are seeing with immigration in our country right now, what we are seeing with him going after these groups of people and using the socialism and communism label, all of that is rooted in and connected to that history, and it is a legacy of racism.
I just want to say, and everything you're describing is being turned up now with Mamdani's win in New York for sure. So something to definitely keep an eye out
1000%,
for.
and I can't wait. I have a surprise with Mamdani coming, and you're gonna love it, Dan, but I can't talk about it yet.
Okay, sounds good.
We were intentionally bred like into a society in America, like it was intentional. The way that this stuff with Iran is happening, the way that this stuff with immigration is happening, we were intentionally raised from young children in America in a very white tea washed history to hear words like communism, to hear words like socialism, and think, oh, bad. That's the way we were raised. And if you look in 1930s history, early 1930s history, back when Hitler was crushing the democracy that was known at the time, he was the one. So if you don't know that NAZI is a abbreviation for National Socialist, that's where that comes from. Socialism isn't bad when it's for the people. So like libertarian socialism would be like a for the people type of socialism, whereas national socialism means I'm for my country regardless of what my country says. If my country says we unalive 11 million people, we unalive 11 million people, and that's what they did. So we were taught to hear these words intentionally and think bad, when in reality Hitler said socialists are bad, communists are bad. And so why were we read to think that at an early age? Because now it is the absolute perfect stomping ground.
Scapegoat. And again, it goes beyond that. Like, you've got to think during a time when American business owners were enslaving African American people, South American countries were writing constitutions that guaranteed rights to Black people. I'm not saying all of them, I'm not saying that it was universal, but I'm saying it was happening. And for a business person, I'll call them that because we're on TikTok, to see that, and they try to justify what they're doing by saying that African Americans aren't the same species as them, they're not entirely human, things like that, to then see them being given rights just on the other side of your border, is something that scared them. And so they started taking, the foundations of these constitutions and scapegoating it. And I also want to point out, the United States has carried out 47 that we know of regime changes in South America. 47, we have this documented, and there aren't 47 countries in South America.
That is an insane statistic.
All important. If y'all don't know about Red Scares, because there wasn't just one Red Scare. There was a Red Scare for World War I and Red Scare in World War II. If you don't know about the Red Scare, please go learn about it. That's what I highly, highly like. I'm so glad that you mentioned that, brought that up, Falcon, because what we are seeing today, modern day, is another Red Scare that's occurring without it being stated. So when history 100 years from now looks back, this time frame will be considered a Red Scare. It's sad, but it's true. So please, I highly encourage people to go and also get I got some great books if you want to read about some good American history that is not whitewashed.
Eli, could you possibly send me like a link to all those books, please?
Yeah, I'd be happy to even just like DM you. I'm right now in the process. I don't have a lot of money to buy a lot more right now, but I go to local bookstores, queer owned, woman owned. If the owners are black or brown, they're queer, or they're like women. That's where I shop. And so please, if y'all can do that, support your local businesses. But I try to buy banned books or books that are going to end up on the banned list. And I'm happy. I need to make a link tree, but I'd be happy to DM you all the ones that I've got thus far.
Please do, because I followed you, Eli, and I would love to like buy those books, be able to read them, go through them myself. So please, I would appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've already sent you a follow as well. I enjoy listening to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Neely, I'm about to drop the name of the book I was referencing in the chat so you can add it to Dan's source doc, because I know he likes having sources for everything, especially big claims like that.
Thank you so much. A couple really quick things before we move on. Number one, I just wanted to say, in regards to how there wasn't just one Red Scare, there's multiple Red Scares. If you were in the city of Miami and the surrounding cities in 2022, my lord, was that a Red Scare? The Ron DeSantis's campaign, and what took place ever since his first election, absolutely insane. The amount of anti-communist rhetoric that was dispersed. I think there was probably like a plurality of the amount of I wouldn't say majority, but a plurality of the amount of his ad dollars went to Spanish-speaking ads demonizing communism and socialism and stuff like that. Absolutely wild between 2020 and 2022. Anyway, that's just a really quick note. Second thing, I wanted to shout out, we've been live for 4 hours now, and Matt, Shui, and Rissa, you are the top 3 tappers. Thank you so much. It might not feel like it, but the taps do push us out to the algorithm. They do really help with getting this live on people's FYPs. It's awesome because not only are we learning a lot about history, but we're learning a lot about people's experiences here. So I am going to reset the like meter so that people have a shot and of being the top 3. And one last thing, I wanted to welcome Layla to the panel. Layla, if you wanted to introduce yourself to the chat, and then we can continue with what we're doing.
Hi, my name is Layla. I randomly just request, but I absolutely love to listen to debates on TikTok, because the more I listen to, the more I have more knowledge about it. And I'm a little bit shy because I don't usually come up to just like doing requests and talking about it, because I feel like sometimes I don't know, I just feel a little bit shy. So yeah, I don't. But yeah, thank you for letting me in, and yeah.
You're very welcome. And if you'd like to just hang out and stay on mute for 99% of the time, you're totally welcome to. Thank you so much for joining.
Just do what I do, Layla. Just kind of sit here and listen. But that's what I'm doing.
Also, if you guys want to support anyone on the panel, feel free to gift them. Obviously, the only thing I'm asking for right now is if you want to send the penny a day heart me's or the live goal for a penny. But anything above a penny, please support the panel. Thank you, everybody. And I'm gonna mute for another 40 minutes.
I don't need gifts, please. I don't need gifts. Please just follow this account. We, again, are a nonprofit doing a lot of hard work that is really expensive. You have no idea how much money I have spent on hotels to be in DC for congressional outreach this week, and I pay that out of my own money. So just following the account and engaging with the movement is huge for us. And if you want to send any kind of gift, you can go to moneyoutapolitics.org, and we have merch and we have fundraisers and things like that. Dan has the link somewhere in the ether to our GoFundMe. But I don't need anything from you guys. I just engage with the movement because the work is hard, but it is worth it.
I would also just like to state, I go to protests all the time in LA, so any gifts that I get sent, it ends up getting transferred into money so that I can buy different supplies for the protests that I go to. Not to bring up Dan's, but to also bring up Dan's. Due to Dan's, I was able to buy close to $600 worth of medical supplies, food, and water for a protest that was going on in LA, and the rest of it went to charity. So love that. So if you do want to send gifts, please make me the last resort. Give it to the nonprofit organization. Give it to Eli. Give it to Emmy. Give some to Layla if you would like, because they are beautiful individuals. But please know that that's what your gifts are going to if you were to send that to me. If. Heavy on the if.
I'll just say my any coins I get anytime just get recycled back into other creators. So I use them to show love to other creators and things like that. So you know, I don't ever take anything out of here. Even when I was hosting my own debates and stuff, it would all just stay within TikTok and go to other creators. So that's what these coins will do. I do need to be going soon. I have to work tomorrow. And I haven't eaten any dinner, so I'm gonna be yeah. But I do want, before I go, if we could take a few minutes. This was something that was really important to me when I was preparing for tonight, that I really want to take a few minutes to talk about some people within the community that we have lost. This if everyone's cool with that, I have a few that I just kind of like to go through what I have, and then let the discussion kind of go from there, if that's all right. There's a lot that has happened with Donald Trump getting elected again, and the fear within the trans community specifically has been at an all-time high. Not to mention just the broader LGBTQ community. I want to bring up that the day that Donald Trump got in office, the Trevor Project saw a 700% increase in calls to their youth suicide hotline for LGBTQ folks. I have gone through this stuff for other reasons. I recently was on the phone with 988, the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. And when you call, a lot of people don't know this. There is not just a separate number to call if you are part of this community. You call 988, and it is one of the options you're given. If you are part of the LGBTQ community, you get, they have like a press 2 kind of thing, because there's specific support that our community needs. And that's getting taken away by Donald Trump. It's getting taken away, that part of 988. Also, really quick while we're here, because we're going to talk about some heavy stuff, and I know this can be triggering for some. I just kind of want to let some folks know about that. I want to give that heads up. We're going to be talking about some folks that we've lost. But also, if you are ever in that place yourself, talk to someone. The hotlines are so needed. They've helped me so much. 988 is the number for the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. The Trevor Project runs their own LGBTQ youth suicide prevention hotline, which I should pull it up. Dan, I think you're on the Trevor Project page. If you could grab the phone number there too. Also, something I love about the Trevor Project is once you hit that website, it gives you instructions on a shortcut to get out, to like basically block off that you're on there in case someone walks in that you don't want to know that you're part of this community, that you don't want to know that you're gay or trans, right? And so they really do the best to protect. And the Trevor Project is something that is just so near and dear to my heart. They do some amazing work. Um, in my quick little recap, I want to share about some folks that we've lost. I actually want to start. I'm not going to go through it a ton, but I do want to start with 1998 because there was a name that lives on that you may have heard. I just want to share a little bit about this person who was Matthew Shepard. Matthew Shepard in 1988 was a 21, and I think we have a picture of Matthew as well. A 21-year-old student at the University of Wyoming who was brutally attacked and tied to a fence outside of Laramie, Wyoming. And he was left to die because he was gay. He died several days later from his wounds, and it was one of the most notorious anti-gay hate crimes in America. 10 years later, took 10 years, in 2009, there was a federal law passed that was the Hate Crimes Prevention Act, and it was a federal law against bias crimes directed at lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender people. It took us 10 years after that. A horrific way for that young man to leave us. I'm sorry, I'm going to get a little choked up on some of these. Moving up to 2025, specifically starting at Donald Trump's election, and I know that that's not all, okay? I'm going to highlight specifically trans people, trans and non-binary people. Elisa Ray Shoup was a U.S. Army veteran who in 2016 became the first person in America legally recognized as non-binary through a court order in Oregon. After retirement from 18 years of military service, Shoup's legal victory set a precedent for non-binary birth certificates and IDs, and Shoup later publicly detransitioned in 2019, aligning briefly. I'm not going to share that. Well, I guess, yeah, aligning briefly with anti-trans voices before reasserting her trans identity in 2022. That same year, she courageously leaked internal emails revealing how anti-trans groups manipulated her story, which is a powerful act of accountability and resistance. Elisa, this one is really hard. Took her own life in January of 2025. She was found in a parking garage at the VA in Syracuse, New York, where she had hung herself wrapped in a trans flag. If you have a chance to read the letter that she left, not there, but it was an email. It's heartbreaking. It was a separation from our nation is what she called it, more or less. Because this nation doesn't represent what Elisa fought for. I believe it was the same week or within the same 2 weeks. Sam Nordquist was a 24-year-old biracial trans man from Minnesota. This one shook me. I didn't leave my house for 2 weeks. Sam was baited to New York by his at the time online girlfriend, and he came to New York in September, and his family didn't hear from him for a long time, and his abuse lasted months. They held him hostage in a motel room in Canandaigua, New York for months, where he was beaten and tortured and sexually assaulted and abused and raped. Not originally, we thought it was by 5 individuals. It looks more like 7, including minors that were involved in this. Before they murdered him and left his body in a field. This is the kind of hate that the rhetoric that the right spouts off about our community perpetuates. I am a firm believer that if it was not for the rhetoric that has been going around since 2015 by the Trump campaign and the right, if it wasn't for that $215 million in anti-trans ads, yes, Zach, that's Sam Nordquist above Dan's head, Sam would still be alive. Sam would likely still be alive. Someone mentioned both of these two that I've mentioned are from upstate New York. Yeah, there's actually another that I'm going to mention in a moment. I don't have the bios of these people because there's 10 more that we've lost since Trump took office. I do want to make sure that we say their names. I want to make sure that their names are heard. I don't live in New York City, folks. I live in the part of New York where these things happen. I grew up in Syracuse. I know that VA center where Elisa was found. And I'm not too far from the part of New York where Sam, where these things happened to Sam. I just want to say really quickly that people think New York, is New York City. Also, I just saw that Eli sent a message to the group here that he needs to drop. So thank you, Eli, for coming up.
Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt you, and Amy, you're doing a great job. Thank you for being strong and saying their names for us. It means everything. I'm grateful to everybody in the chat, and I'm grateful to everybody that has been sticking around. Thank you, Dan, again, for using your platform for this. Seriously.
Thank you for spending the evening with us, Eli, and sharing all so much.
Thank you so much for coming up, Eli.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Eli.
Appreciate you. I'll see y'all later.
I just wanted to say that New York is not just blue. There are blue cities, but once you get outside of Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, Albany, and you get, I'm going to say 20, 30 minutes outside of any one of those cities, it gets red, and it gets real red. And it is dangerous in some parts of New York. So I just wanted to bring that up because every blue state has areas like this where these things can happen. And I'm not saying this to strike fear into anyone, but to remind people to be safe, but also to not like just paint with such a broad brush that like states like California and New York are all just blue and everything is wonderful. And while we did in New York pass Proposition 1 during the election that put protections for transgender, non-binary, LGBTQ individuals, as well as protections for abortion into place in New York State. Just in my town, you walk around and you see during that election, Kamala Harris signs next to some of the worst language I've ever seen on some Trump, some yards for Trump. So I just want to make sure I say these names as well. and there may be others I'm missing, but these are the ones that I found here. Kind of starting back at the beginning here, in February 11th, Tahiri Broom was a 29-year-old in Southfield, Michigan, who was shot. 5 days later, on February 16th, Urbiana Johnson, 25 years old, in Tabor City, North Carolina. Just what I found just said violence. Amiri Dior on February 21st, 23-year-old in Milwaukee, also shot. February 27th, so many just happening just after the election is crazy to me. Linda Becerra Moran, a 30-year-old in LA, who was also shot. And March 24th, Caitlin Renetta Benoit, 15 years old, in Rochester, New York, committed suicide. 15. Like, Victoria Lacynthia Banks, also commonly known as Kai, 31 years old in Agataville, Alabama, was also killed in March on the 31st. And in April on the 7th, Nora Horowitz, 38 years old, committed suicide in Virginia Beach. Kelsey Lem, 25 years old, on 4/24 in St. Louis, Missouri, was shot. May 17th, Shai Parias Dupree, 32 years old, was also shot in Memphis, Tennessee. And most recently, on the 7th of this very month, in Cincinnati, Ohio, Laura Schuler, 47 years old, was shot. This is just since January. Folks, we need to know these names. We need to remember that this community is under attack. We're being hunted.
I can't. There's someone else. I don't want to.
I see Jack's Grattan, Colorado. Sorry.
Oh, I'm not going to say the name because this person was not out openly before they passed. But this year, someone that I served in the Air Force with was outed as trans at work. And with the ban coming, took their own life on base. I don't want to say their name because the outing was a part of why they did what they did. So out of respect for them and their family, I've been quiet about it. I just want to say that trans vets are vets, trans service members still serve. And this person wasn't my best friend or anything like that, but we served together, and they deserved better for their service than what this administration has done to them. And it's really hard in the military with such high rates of unaliving, but to also see this happen to such a vulnerable part of our community. So, and rather than give up their career that they fought so hard for, and give up the service that they so deeply believed in because they were going to be put out for their identity, they took their own lives. And I'm not good at talking about this. This was someone who served because they cared, who believed in service as service, who stood up for other people, who walked someone in our squadron once that was having issues with ideations and was going to attempt. They walked them to mental health one day and sat with them until they got help. This was the person that stood up and put their neck out and cared and was kind and was in the military because they wanted to make a difference, and they believed so deeply in service, in integrity, in everything that we are meant to be. And when this administration said that they could not be that anymore and also be who they are, they ended everything. And I can't stress to you enough how horrible this is, and it's being done in the name of bigotry, hate, and money, and it's disgusting. Oh,
If I may, this might be this is only going to add on to the pain that we all feel from hearing about these individuals losing their lives. But these are only the people that we know about. These are only the people that we can even voice their stories, who have either been able to voice their stories on their own or had to ask someone else to voice it for them. These are only the people that we have on paper. That's it. There could be hundreds, if not thousands more, and even more, that have lost their lives due to nothing but hatred, bigotry, and overall disgusting morality from individuals. That's all this is. We look back in history and we see so many deaths that have occurred. That's all. Those are only the people that we have on paper. That's not the people that had to beg their families not to let anyone know, had to beg their families not to kick them out, swore to their families that they would stop enacting upon what made them them. That's not talking about the people who had to beg for their lives, who had to beg for forgiveness, who had to do the utmost just to survive. That's not talking about all of these individuals. These are only the people that we know of their stories, and that's probably the most hurtful part, is that there are probably teenage trans boys and girls that will never be able to give their voices out to people. There are probably individuals who are out there today that just don't know what to do anymore, and they feel so alone. And the possibility of us never being able to see them and experience their lives and listen to their stories, it hurts. And honestly, that's why having these conversations is so important, because you never know if there is someone on the other side of that screen who just needs to be able to hear that you are loved and you are accepted. And regardless of what this world throws at you, you will forever, and I mean forever, have a community of people of color, of trans individuals, of queer individuals, the LGBTQ community. You will forever have a home with us. And please, if anyone, and I mean anyone, needs just someone to listen, my DMs are always open. I am always willing to listen, always.
I'm gonna be getting going, but before I go, one of the common questions that comes up on panels like these is like, how can I help? Right? How can I what do I do to support my trans friends? And there's so much that people say, but I think the most basic thing is checking in, being that friend that doesn't forget them. If you have trans friends, please reach out to them on a regular basis. Set an alarm on your phone. Put something in your calendar. I see that Wildflower. Yeah, the hotlines. The Trevor Project has their own hotline. And Dan's got it up on the screen. I know it's a little bit small there. But if you go to the Trevor Project's website, you can find it. And then the general National Suicide Prevention Hotline is 988. Just 3 numbers, 988. Also want to mention, don't forget that Trump is cutting funding that's going to impact the veteran suicide prevention hotline as well, veteran military. But just some simple steps that you can do to prevent something like this happening is just reach out to your trans friends on a regular basis. Put an alarm in your phone, something on your calendar. Make it a point to reach out. If you know someone that's trans, especially trans women, right now the attack is on trans women. We're like, and this is not to ignore trans men, obviously, but trans women are the focus of the rhetoric right now. And it is scary to walk into a store, to go shopping and try on clothes. It is scary to go to the grocery store and buy things that you need. I, for one, use Instacart. I also have sensory issues because I'm autistic, but which is one of the reasons I use it, but it's also safety. Go shopping with your friends. Offer to go shopping with them. Go to a Pride celebration with your friends this year. If your city still has stuff planned, I know like my city, it's later in the summer. But be that person, right? If you're out to dinner or a movie or something like that with your trans friend, go to the bathroom with them, right? There are things myself I'm not doing this summer that I like to do every summer because it's just not safe right now. And the most important thing you can do is be there. Anyways, I need to get going. I've got to eat something, and I've got to work in the morning. So, Dan, thank you so much for holding this space for us. You've been incredible at holding space tonight, and we appreciate you so much for doing this and allowing us to be part of it.
I want to thank you so much for
Obama.
Thank you, Izzy, for the Obamas.
Thank you, Izzy. Thank you.
You especially have made this very comprehensive. I was super anxious going into today, but everything that you had prepared for this, you really put your heart and soul into this. Really do appreciate that. We have to do this again, for sure. Thank you so much, Debbie, and I hope you have a great night. Yeah, thank you again. Chat, if you want to send Emmy some love with follows or whatever, now's your last chance. Follows or gifts or whatever it might be. Thank you so much, Emmy.
And Falcon and Lovey and Layla, like you guys have been incredible too. Like Falcon, I love you. You are incredible, and you have so much great information and so much great, just broad over like insight into how things tie together. And Lovey, you are incredible. You said, Lovey, did you say you're 18?
Yes, I am 18. Yeah.
Holy shit, the brain on you. My God, I was not thinking about these things at 18.
I'm
you
19.
are 19. Okay, you are going to change the world. let me tell you. And you already
One
are.
step at a
But
time.
I'm so impressed and so grateful for the education that all of you have brought to me tonight and helping me learn more and be more connected. So
Thank
I
you.
really appreciated sharing this space with all of you.
I mean, honestly, thank you so much, because I'm actually really upset with myself that I hadn't known these individuals by their names before tonight. So thank you so much for not only using your voice, but being brave enough to even show your face on such a platform like TikTok, for coming out and telling us all about these individuals who, in my opinion, sadly, we have failed as a community, and not only us, but the world. But because that you've enabled this, because you've told us about these individuals, it not only clears a pathway, but it also encourages me and others to walk down this path to hopefully help the next individual who might need it. So thank you so much for your words, for your wisdom, for your knowledge, and for you being you. Much love to you. I love you so much.
Thank you for putting in the work, taking the time, writing a whole document to put together this live and making an effort to educate people and stay engaged and stay involved, because you certainly don't owe that to anyone. So the fact that you are willing to contribute to the effort is meaningful.
Thank you. It hasn't been easy. I had to disappear from the app for a little while because of some threats that I was getting, and so it's Dan welcoming me back to the app in such a way of like allowing me to come up to help out once in a while when people come up that are being hateful, and even just asking me to be part of this. And all of you have just made it such a great like opportunity to kind of come back and just start putting my
Hey,
voice out there again.
I know that you have to go. There's an account on TikTok called Unmasked. You should go look them up. I've gotten to chat with him a couple of times, and one of the volunteers for Unmasked also volunteers for the Money Out of Politics Coalition. Her name is Mama Cece here on TikTok. But if you want to come back and be on TikTok more, and you start getting the hate again, reach out to the Unmasked team. Their whole mission is unmasking the people who are trying to hide behind online anonymity to throw out hate speech.
W.
That's cool.
We need
Yeah,
more of that.
W. Yeah, we definitely do.
So if somebody is threatening you, if somebody is being hateful towards you, you should definitely check out their account, reach out to them, and let them know that you need help. And they've done some really incredible work.
I will definitely do that. And also, chat, thank you for all of that. I can say be expecting an Obama filibuster, or an Obama filibuster in Dan's next debate, because a lot of this ends up going back there. But because I just love the Obama filibuster. But thank you all so much for the gifts and the love. And I just want to mention too, 200 people, at least 200 people, have been in this live for 4 hours. Like that right there is an incredible community, and thank you all for taking this time with us on your Sunday night. I know a lot of you probably have to work in the morning, so really appreciate all of you.
Just before you go, Amy, I just wanted to say thank you so much for speaking out on difficult situation that the community going through. I do think that it has, like helped me a lot with, it validated a lot of my feelings right now because, I also have like a story. I'm still like trying to figure it out, my sexuality, because, it's been really hard for me to think about it for a really long time because I'm coming from a very conservative household, and it's really hard for me to talk about it. So that's why I just keep it for myself and talking to people that are already in the community, because it made me feel much better, and it made me feel that it is not wrong for me to question my sexuality. And so for you to talk about all of this, I don't know, it just made me feel better tonight, and I really do appreciate. You're an amazing woman, and I just wanted to say that you're really brave. I know it's really hard for you to go through this hard situation, especially with this hate that because of this politics and all of that. I know how hard it can be, but I just wanted to say that you're really brave, and for you to talk about it tonight was a very good thing to do. So I'm really proud of you for that.
I'm proud of you for coming up here and being brave enough to even explore who you are. A lot of people aren't able to do that, and just know that you're not alone. We are here with you, and while you might feel like this is the only place you have to go to be able to explore this, we're here for you whenever you need it. And happy to be here with you, and happy to be here for you.
Thank you so much. It's really hard for me as well because, like I can't really talk about it to my family because they don't really support that, and I know that if I talk about it, I might get, like some hate comments and all that. So I'm really trying to avoid as much as I can to talk about it to them because I know for a fact that they won't be supportive of me like saying that I'm in this community and all that. So I'm just like keeping for myself and talking to people that are supporting me. And it's really hard because they're my family, but at the same times I need to like how can I say it, just like think for myself and do the best thing that I can for myself and not let them their beliefs and all that dedicate how my life will be. So I just like I'm still figuring it out, but I really do appreciate this conversation with you.
Absolutely, we do this for you, right? For the ones who can't, for the ones who aren't able to. We this is why we fight, to make the world a safer place for you, so that hopefully one day you can have that freedom, to fully live in yourself and not have to hide from anything. So, Dan, thank you again, so much, and I will see y'all on Discord, and I'll see you later this week when Dan goes live. I'll be in the chat. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Emmy.
Obama.
Good night, Emmy.
Also, Layla, I didn't want to keep Emmy any longer because I know she didn't want to eat and probably get some rest. But your story is exactly why doing this is so important. Like I was saying earlier, we have missed so many individuals who weren't able to voice themselves and sadly lost their lives because of it. And I personally, I'm sure everyone else up here wants to do the same, but I want to make sure that anytime I can stop someone from feeling so alone, I can, and I will. If I can, even so much as just sit there, like listen to you talk about whatever it is you want to talk about, I am more than willing to do so, always. So please, if you would like, because I felt the same way. My parents are Jehovah's Witnesses, and if anyone doesn't know what that is, we're the people that go knocking on your doors, talk about, would you like to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Okay.
They come to the parking lot of my gym now. I can't even go work out without them.
It's because we love you. All right, I'm kidding. But yeah, my parents are Jehovah's Witnesses, and my parents are like super ancient.
Yeah.
No disrespect to my parents, but my parents are ancient, right? My mom fought in the civil rights movement. My father served in Vietnam. So they have quite the few old thoughts, right? But luckily I was able to have parents who I could have sworn would like kick me out of the house and just completely disown me the second I told them that I even had the inclination that I liked girls. They didn't, right? So because they passed that olive branch to me, I want to pass that olive branch to you and anyone else that might need it. Like I said earlier, my DMs are always open. I'm always willing to listen. If you have words to say, I have ears to hear. So, just letting you know that.
Thank you so much. You know, like I know like what Jehovah Witnesses is because, you know, like ever since I was little, my family they put me in this religion, and they were, you know, like not forcing me, but they were always like, like push me to read some Bibles, codes, and all that. And sometimes I remember like when I was like 11 or 12 years old, I remember like I used to say, is it okay like to love a girl? Is it okay to love like another gender and all that? And they were completely like dismissive about how I really felt, and that really made me scared. So that's why this is the reason of why I just kept these thoughts and all that for myself for a really long time, because you know, coming from such a hard you know, like with those kind of beliefs and all that, I was scared to get like disowned by my own family and all that. And I didn't want to upset my grandmother and all that because she's super religious. So, you know, I do understand like how hard it can be and all that. So yeah, it's really hard for me to speak up, but I'm glad I was able to. But yeah.
We are too. Hello? Like, you sound like such a beautiful individual, and the fact you said you were 19, I believe, right?
Yes, I am 19.
The fact that you had the courage to come up on a public platform and be able to voice this to us, beautiful. I mean, girl, you're already a step there, all right? Now you just got a couple dozen more. It's okay. I'll grab your hand, we'll walk you through. Nonetheless, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of everyone here, right? I'm proud of Dan for holding this, right? I'm proud of Falcon for speaking up for the individual that they can't name, right? I'm proud of you, Layla, for speaking up and using your voice to talk about yourself and talk about the struggles that you hold. I'm proud of Emmy for everything. Emmy did everything, right? I'm proud of the people in the comments for even being here, for being alive, for waking up today. I'm proud of everyone, right? So please, don't feel ashamed to vocalize that. Don't be ashamed to say, hey, I'm confused, because we're all confused all the time. If you ever meet a person that says that they know anything, they're lying, okay? They're liars, all of them. So please don't ever feel ashamed to question that. Never. You are loved, you are accepted, and you are perfect the way that you are. I promise you that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Now, if you hear me say that I know everything, I'm the one exception to that rule. I do know everything. If you start questioning me, then we got problems, all right?
Malik, I 100% agree. This wisdom at 18 is insanity. Yeah, I called this out after the situation with the other guy with my name. I don't know where 18-year-olds like this are coming from, but this person is going to change the world, for sure.
I think it's partially due to the last 6 years debating on TikTok, so that might be part of it. Yeah, I've been on here a while.
You were debating on TikTok at like 12 years old?
And I was kicking ass at 12, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I was losing a lot of debates, but I had the heart, all right?
She was shooting in the gym, chat. That's what's up?
I was doing what I had to do. All right, I had a voice. I had an opinion.
I was doing stuff at 12 I wasn't supposed to on the internet, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I'm just in awe because like I think back to when I was 18 and I barely knew what was going on around me, and for someone to be not only this knowledgeable about stuff, but so wise really is the term here. It's not just intelligent or knowledge, wise at 18. I don't get it, but yeah, love you. We really appreciate you coming. All of you really appreciate coming up. I didn't know. I don't know if we wanted to keep going. I thought this was like a nice little ending spot.
I'm going to quickly say this week we did congressional outreach. We went to the Virginia Women's Summit. We got a bill that was drafted by volunteers in this movement, sponsored by a federal legislator. And we met lots of activists, lots of women who have founded amazing organizations. Please, I have over 100 hours of footage that Tired is currently editing and will be up over the next couple of days and weeks. If you want to see content about what it's like to go to Congress as an activist, if you want to see interviews with women that have founded nonprofit organizations, with political candidates, with senators and politicians, I have stepped far outside of my comfort zone and gotten in front of a camera to do this work. I am not a content creator, but we're working on it. And this was I'm not a camera person, so this was a big step for me. So if you want to follow Mop and pay attention in the coming days and weeks, if you're interested in that kind of content, and if you can help us get out of the 300 view jail, that would be really great, because we are trying to do work that matters, and we're trying to show other people that this is possible. And it's just hard because that's not the kind of content that TikTok rewards.
Very, very true. Yeah, everyone make sure to follow the Money Out of Politics movement. If you're a frequent viewer of these lives, then you definitely know Falcon. But for those that are here for the first time, definitely drop a follow. Layla and Lovey, did you have any final thoughts before sign off?
Fuck Trump. Yeah. That's basically it. Everything you need to know about me. Understand. Fuck Trump.
Oh God, Trump has been president since you were, or you've heard Trump's name every day for the past 10 years of your life, since you were 8 years old.
More or less. Actually, I think I began hating him in 5th grade when he was talking about building the wall, and I was like,
"That's
what?
That's so wild." How many people are in that boat where it's over half your life? This guy is being talked about. Jesus Christ.
Over half my life.
There's a whole generation that has never known politics before. Yeah.
I will say I remember a little bit of Obama. No, Jesus.
Obama.
Stop it.
The brain rot.
It's because of that thing, okay? Obama. There we go. It's because of... I do remember a little bit of Obama, but that's also because I was really happy to see Black representation in the White House.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember Donald Trump. And I remember thinking, why are we trying to let this old of a man in the White House? And now here we are. So I've been hating Donald Trump over half my life, so I don't know. I feel like that kind of makes me better than some people. Okay, whoever
you
want to
know this?
You're getting banned. Whoever did that, you're getting banned tonight.
The scariest part of what Lovey just said to me. You're doing these debates, Dan, with all of these grown people trying to educate them, and and Lovey figured this out in 5th grade. You're talking to people who are literally not smarter than a 5th grader. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't follow politics too closely, but even when I when I was in high school, I would watch George W. Bush on TV, and I'd be like, why did anyone vote for? I didn't know anything about policies, right? And once I learned about policies, it got way worse. I don't get it. Like, this guy's an idiot, right? Like, are we being serious? And Trump is like 10 times stupider and puts his foot in his mouth more often. So I just don't understand how, but policy aside, and his actions aside, the fact that he's a felon and a sexual assaulter and all that stuff, just y'all are hearing him talk. Is this the same? We're being serious here. So like I get how like fifth graders would with wrinkles in their brain would be like, yeah, I don't know, this guy sucks. I just don't know how it's so rare nowadays.
I mean, I think my mom, being a civil rights activist, had quite the play in it. She was the individual who was telling me about the Stonewall riots. My father had an active role in the Watts riots. Like they told me about all these different things. And even though they are Jehovah's Witnesses, they're probably like the calmest, like least worship God Jehovah's Witnesses y'all would ever meet if you did ever meet them. They are genuinely beautiful individuals, and I thank them every day for giving me the wisdom that they did. I truly thank them, because now, ever since I was like 12 years old, or 13, I've been on TikTok debating homophobes, I've been debating Trump supporters, I've been debating transphobes, and I feel blessed that I'm able to have such a part in a community that I love with everything in me, and still be able to say fuck you to Trump. So,
For now.
So, Lovey,
for now.
I want to give you another little nugget of like, you are awesome, because I too was raised by a civil rights activist, and while my mom is not perfect in every regard, everybody's got their isms and phobias even in the civil rights movement, unfortunately, but my mom was a Black Panther, and I was raised with a lot of that institutional knowledge, but just because someone gives you the knowledge doesn't mean that you take it in, especially not at 18, and that you live by it and act on it and feel it. So like, I can say, like, I was also raised by an activist, and I was still a dirtbag at 18. So like, you were raised by an activist, and you have taken that to heart and done the work. And that is still a testament to your character, and it's not just your parents.
Yeah. It's a blessing, honestly, being able to speak for a community such as this, without being as fearful as some others might be. I'm glad that I get to use my voice. Like, I've been going to protests ever since like the No Keating protests. I've been going to protests like nonstop for like the last 2 weeks. I live like 45 minutes out from LA, so at like 4 o'clock in the morning, I drive over there, and I don't leave till like midnight, and I come back and I get home at like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. So I'm so glad that I get to do that now, especially because my biggest thing ever since I was a kid was using my voice for those who can't, or for those who are too scared to. I have friends that refuse to even leave their homes out of fear of getting raided by ICE, or out of fear of experiencing some form of transphobia or homophobia. And I've always been one to speak out, so I'm really, really glad that I get to do that, and I'm really, really glad that I get to go on platforms like this and be able to tell people, if you support Trump, more than likely I don't fuck with you. And if I do fuck with you, it's because I think you were too stupid to understand why you shouldn't vote Trump. So I'm so glad I get to do this now. Also, ignore the puppy in the background. She doesn't know how to shut up. But yeah.
All right. Layla, Falcon, and Lovey, much for coming up. I'm gonna
kick us out now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that. I also I wanted to thank so obviously the three that are up here. I want to thank Emmy first and foremost. Absolutely killed it today. I want to thank Quinn, Eli, Beanie came up for a bit, Noodle, anyone else that came up, if I forgot, thank you all so much. Whether you came up to contribute to the conversation or whether you came up to ask questions, there were a couple people that came up. The first like half hour of the live was actually amazing. Someone came up asking questions just about like finding themselves and determining where they are in the LGBT community. So I think this has been awesome. I want to thank everybody that's come up, whether it was just for a few minutes or for the whole time. I want to thank. Okay, well let me let you guys go, and then I'll just keep yapping.
I also want to say thank you, and I want to let you know that in this work, the more that I interact with TikTokers and influencers in person and online, the more I appreciate you. Holy hell. There are not enough words to describe how much I appreciate you and how much you are unique in this space.
I really appreciate that. And actually, I do want to also I want to shout out Parker. He sent us a pretty big raid right at the start, and I think he gets a lot of flack that he does not deserve. Parker's an amazing guy, and I really appreciate his help at the start of this live, and throughout. He's so but yes, I agree with you in regards to a lot of other creators.
And this is probably the wrong account to say this on, but I'm gonna say it anyways because it's my face. Fuck Peyton. That's my sign off.
You're valid. I love you for that. Yes.
Wait.
Also-
Hold on. Where's the picture? Who's it's warrants on warrants, right? Or did they change the account? On warrant. Please tell me they didn't change it. Yes,
really
yes.
Also, really quickly, Dan, I just wanted to say, I've been following you since I think you had I think at one point you had 2,000 followers, 3,000, somewhere in that range. I started following you on my main account. And when you followed me back during the dance situation, I completely fangirled about it for a good day or two.
Oh my god, is that Elder Millennial? I'm sorry.
I didn't
really
see that. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I think this has to be someone from our community. I don't know who, but finally bringing left and right together. What about Jones? Jones is not has not been arrested, but
Yeah.
I mean, throw him in there. Why not?
Just for the hell of it.
Yeah.
You know?
But no, I appreciate that, Lovey. I had no idea. Honestly, I don't know if I've missed your comments or if you've just been watching in silence. But I sad to say I had not seen you until that live at all, and I was like I said, insanely impressed by the way you reacted. Frankly, I was gonna say this before, but I didn't really get a chance. The fact that you essentially donated the full amount, you deserved every dollar of that for enduring what took place that night.
8 hours, guys. 8 hours of nonstop yelling. It was horrible. But we powered through it. But thank you so much. I just wanted to let you know that because I'm low-key a big fan of yours. But yeah, thank you so much for holding this platform. I'm going to hop off of here so I can finally shut up. But much love to you. Much love to everyone else that was up here. I appreciate everyone and for using your voices. I'm so proud of you. Okay, yeah.
And I love you.
Remember,
Thank you so
fuck
much.
Trump. Bye.
Fuck Donald Trump. Falcon, as always, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you.
And Layla, you've been amazing. With the courage you showed today. I don't know you, and I'm proud of you. I really appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, Layla.
Thank you so much. I'm going now.
Have a great night.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me.
All right. Yeah, I think we thanked all the panelists. I want to thank. Now I got to thank the mods because This might have been the most toxic chat since the debate. The Kamala Trump debate, which we had 17,000 people watching. Okay? So obviously there were a lot of disgusting comments to be muted. We had an average of between 200 and 300 people watching here. But the amount of disgusting comments that nobody even saw because of how quick the mods were. But just shout out. Well, what can I say? It took 2 mod civil wars to get there, but our mod team right now are superheroes. We need a W mod sub emote. Yeah, we need to update the sub emotes. We need to update the sounds. There's a lot of like housekeeping stuff we definitely need to do. I only caught a handful, so W mods. Yes, there were 2 mod civil wars, but that's a story for another day. But yeah, one of these days we got to do a live where we're just doing like Daniverse stuff. By the way, okay. Do we like the name Daniverse? Like I was thinking about changing it, and then Caffeine made that really, really cool picture, and now I don't want to change it anymore. Where is it? Is it this? I have it here. That's Danimals. There's Daniverse. Danimals is better in my opinion, but both are good. Yes, I do. I'm rocking with it. I'm guessing you don't. Okay, it's not that I don't. Dan loves a rebrand. It's just I don't know. Daniverse implies that like it's a universe based on Dan, and I don't want that to be the case. Like we are Danimals of the Daniverse. When are you changing names to Don Milk? Like oh my god, I just had a really funny thought. I was like, you know how the tag is crab? The scene from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Charlie's like, we're crab people now. The Doniverse. Just call it Wordle server at this point with how much it has taken over. Okay, that's another thing. I'm probably gonna play Wordle from now on, but is that possible to move out of general? Because I feel bad for the people that aren't playing Wordle. Wordle, yeah, I said it right. Yeah, the parasocial thing is weird. Yeah, and the parasocial thing is part of what led to Civil War II. So, we can do it in the gaming channel. Yeah, if y'all can, I don't know if James has to do it, but if somebody can move Wordle to the gaming channel, that'd be awesome. I literally started playing Wordle because of the chat. I have no problem with Wordle, but I know that there's like 1,000 people in the Discord. I know there's people that are like, all right, so that's the Wordle Discord. I have beef with Wordle. Daily Wordle reminders. Okay, I gotta say something. So Mac and I started doing like daily crossword puzzles together, and it is so fucking cute. And she's sleeping right now, but I just needed to say that because it's I want to say there was an episode from Friends where like was it Joey that wanted that, or was it Chandler? One of them wanted like to like do crosswords with their girlfriend. I can't remember which one. And this just happened organically. Like we were at a red light or something, and she was playing crossword puzzle on her phone. It was the daily one, and I helped her, and now we've been doing it every day for the past few days. And like the day she wasn't here, she screen recorded the words that stumped her. Like she screen recorded her going through the game, and then when she got to the end where she was stumped, she sent it to me and said, "I need help." Joey liked Monica. Yeah, that's what the episode was. Yes, I remember now. He had a dream about Monica. Okay, so we thanked. Hey Dan, You see what folks are doing about Trident Seafood IG page? No, I don't know. I don't know what that's about. Okay, so we thanked the panelists. We thank the mods. I gotta thank the community, the viewers, whether they're people that were here from back in August when we started to people that just found out about us today because of the Parker raid. Every single one of you, thank you all for being here. There's still 160 of you in here. Self-glazing time. Wait, where did I? That's not what I said. Thank every single one of you for being here. Whether it's people that sent gifts or Obama's, or just people that are tapping, or just people that are folding their laundry and listening in. Thank you all so much. Emmy, you should be. I hope you got some food. You say grift time. I'm a grifter. I do it for money. We gotta have that clip on deck. Adela, thank you for the hand heart. Falcon, thank you for the hand heart. Anyway, where was I going with this? Yeah, thank you all of you guys. It's been 5 hours. Y'all know my speech abilities start deteriorating at around 3.5. And we're at 5 hours, so I got some chicken with rice and zucchini. Nice. Goodbye is hard. Trident Seafood supported Lisa Murkowski. Okay. Oh, like when she voted for the big beautiful big beautiful bullshit. My husband asked me why I'm always so nice to him around payday, and I quoted you. I've been spam liking for a minute, laugh my ass off. I'm nice to him any other day too. Okay. Also, shout out to Reese Cobb, Brittany, and Queen of La La Land. Thank you so much for being the top 3 tappers in the past 2 hours. I think we said it 2 hours ago. Yes, we are going to do a raid tonight. I'm not going to see y'all until Thursday. Unless, of course, we get some unprecedented breaking news and I end up going live Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, because that's very possible nowadays. But anytime also it's like Reese. Okay, Reese Cobb. But yeah, so Thursday, I don't know what we're going to do. Maybe just a regular debate live. Friday, we're probably going to do for Independence Day, we're probably going to do something Constitution related debate lives. Why does MAGA hate America? I don't know, something like that. And then Saturday is my birthday. I'm going to officially be old enough to run for president. And that's when I'm going to make a big announcement. Kidding. Been a Dan supporter before I was a Dean supporter. Old. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting up there. If you're president, are we all president? You should run for governor of Florida. Not even it'd be so difficult. Wait, what about Parker collab, or was that a joke? Oh, so we didn't plan it. I had a really good conversation with Parker on the phone earlier today. But it wasn't about collab, it was about other stuff. Yeah, I can see that happening for sure in the near future. Whether it's gonna be on his live or my live, I don't know. But we'll get it going. Can I be Carolyn Levin? Yeah. If you're president, you can decide what to do by TikTok poll. Okay. Laughing emoji to Bomberon. Crying emoji to stay out of it. I'm just kidding. We would be. Oh my god. I wish we could just run a simulation. Okay, not of Not of me running for president, because God, I don't want to do that. But of me as president. Okay. I feel like I'd cook. But I don't know. It could be I get there and it's just like way different than I expected. They're like, all right, listen, there's aliens. Can't tell anyone about them. Otherwise, you're gonna get unalived. Also, here's Netanyahu's direct number. Feed all your live recordings into an AI. I was thinking about that because we were talking about this. I think it was last night. How like, because we were watching some of my August lives, and I'm like, damn, I used to be like a lot quicker on my feet, a lot funnier. Like, what if we just feed my old lives into an AI, and then that's the new Dan, and then y'all can just eat me into the ocean. And I don't know. At some point, of course, it becomes a job, and you're there. Wait, I missed where that started. But this is like a high engagement job, if that makes sense. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Ernesto. I thought that already came out. Okay, I gotta go. Have a good night, Reese. I imagine the top secret information would be really weird. Like mayo is actually a fruit. Yeah, I don't know. But I know, okay, so like priorities, here's where my priorities would be as president. I guess it kind of depends on what the makeup of the Dan pauses cabinet meetings for cheese mail updates. It would depend on the makeup of the House and Senate, I suppose. But like, I would really want to do something about money in politics, for sure. Citizens United and all that. Got to do something about women's right to make their own healthcare decisions. Like that's really big. We'd have to undo so many fucking executive orders. Yeah, I'd have to. My day one would be huge, I think. Don't forget about National Ground Game. The Cheese Mazar. So what I've thought about before was doing like 1 day a month. Okay, as president, 1 day a month, I would have a meeting. Izzy said 7-hour State of the Union. It'd be 1 day a month, okay? I'd have a meeting with like the researchers from the John Oliver show and from that guy still do Adam Ruins Everything, but like 1 day a month, the people that find all that stuff out, like the little known problems. 1 day a month, you meet with the president and you let me know, and I'll take care of it, right? Like we all know the issues with abortion rights. We know the issues with money in politics. We know the issues with LGBTQ rights, especially right now with trans rights in particular. Like this is the stuff that a lot of people know about. I'm talking about like when he starts talking about medical debt or the prison system. You know, like you ever see those deep dives and you're like, I didn't know anything about this, but this is interesting and horrifying. How does no one know about this? Like that stuff, right? Environmental racism. Ooh, that's another good one. Yeah. All national announcements would be sent out via meme. Okay, botanical sexism is not one I'm aware of. A filibuster of Dan just spilling tea and talking about all the lore. And actually, that's something that I would want to bring back fireside chats like FDR had, but it would be like fireside lives. Like I'm talking to the country. I think that would be cool. I'd probably have to ignore a lot of the haters. I probably shouldn't crash out at random racists in chat as president. But I mean, the current president crashes out at like Taylor Swift and shit. So like, what does it matter? Pokemon cards instead of Trump cards. Oh my god, party at the White House. You tell us about weird dates you went on. Rename the Gulf to the Gulf of Daniver. I couldn't imagine millions of Obamas from all the viewers. Oh wait, you reminded me. So when Lovey said Obama instead of Obama, I'm convinced that if I ever meet President Obama, okay, whether that's because I go to a rally like in the future that he's at or whatever, or maybe if these lives go so well, I'm like the new Harry Sisson, but without the Harry Sisson stuff, and like I meet Obama, I know I'm gonna slip up and say Obama. I know it, and it's gonna be so embarrassing. They'll use the edible in an escape room against you. Dan would play his soundboard during the State of the Union address to keep it interesting. No protein bars in the microwave allowed in the White House. Executive order that all milk companies must change label to Dawn Milk. Trump would have the White House on sub only. We're giving Alabama to MAGA and turning it into the new Confederacy. They hand you the key to the nuclear football. One key opens both lines. Oh my god. First Lady Mac, yeah. Hold on, wait. I have some pictures. Speaking of Mac, she decided to grace my eyeballs with this AI image. I don't know how I feel about it, if I'm being honest. It's a little bit creepy, if you ask me. The button says Lyndon for Congress. Who will be the VP, Dan? That's a great question. Hey, I don't like that. Erica as VP, Santana as Chief of Staff. And that's perfect because, first of all, I think that they would both do really well at both of those jobs. Santana is really good at managing a bunch of different people that are interconnected. And then Erica is really good at conveying a message, and whatever task I give her, like if I make her border czar, for example, she'd be really good at that. Obviously that's not what I would do, and that's actually not what any president has done. It was made up. But the best part about that is that they could still argue over who I like more, because Erica would say, well, he gave me the higher rank, but Santana would say, yes, but I got the more important job, because Chief of Staff is actually like, they do more than the Vice President. So I think that's perfect. Chris G, Secretary of Defense. I like that. Johnny could be press secretary. Ooh, Johnny is press secretary. Wait, no, I thought we already gave that to Kyangela. Kyangela wanted to be Carolyn Levitt. Although I want Kyangela in the cybersecurity department or whatever. Whoever's doing that shit. That's where we need Kyangela. The Dan presidency is all planned out. Pickles, Department of Education. Ooh. Education? Pickles definitely in the cabinet. I would want it. I would want him like is there a committee that deals with Brett in the cabinet? Oh, Brett's gonna be in the not the FDA, the ATF, the head of the ATF. Brett's gonna be the head of the ATF. So Pickles is really, really good at explaining like not necessarily economics, but like spending. Who is that in the cabinet? Who would that be? The Treasury? Or would there be somebody better for the Treasury Secretary? I feel like Pickles would be a good Treasury Secretary. Head of the head of the Fed's not bad. Although I would just reappoint I would just reappoint Jerome Powell just for the memes. I don't know how many people. I don't know how many people lived in the prime Wall Street bets arc after the GameStop situation, but there were a lot of good Jerome Powell memes. Can I beat the birthday czar? Yeah, we're celebrating everybody's birthday. Wait, Tic Tac, I missed what you were gonna be. I just stand up there telling people to read books. Oh yeah, Tic Tac could be head of the education department. Good Trouble for HHS. I like that. Although I also kind of like Good Trouble for I was about to say Health and Human Services. I was literally about to say the same thing you just yeah. Yeah, no, perfect. No, Good Trouble for First Gentleman, actually. No, I'm just kidding. Don't forget Hector. Hector will be head of the CPB, Customs and Border Patrol. Hector's already he already got the job. Is someone writing all this down? Mermaid NHHS? Mermaid DHS? Dean and Parker can be your Elon. What's Isaiah getting? Isaiah's gonna be Speaker of the House. Dan blushing over Good Trouble. Isaiah Speaker of the House. Doug Department of Health. Ooh, I think okay. So they would have to split. Doug and Good Trouble would need to work together. Mermaid should run National Archives. Ooh, that's good. Yes, I like that. Press secretary. Wait, we had a press secretary. Who's the press secretary? Oh, Johnny Palmadessa. The Animals of Government Efficiency. Eli, Department of Defense. Well, we had Chris G as Secretary of Defense, but we could have Eli, Department of Defense. Okay, Eli, Defense Secretary. Chris G. Whatever. What's Tulsi Gabbard's job? What is Tulsi Gabbard's job? Hold on. Director of National Intelligence. Marissa said useless. Can you make the White House pink? Absolutely. That's my favorite color. How about angry USMC in fact? Ooh. Angry could be head of the VA. And Facts has me blocked, so he's not in the administration. He missed out. Polly Politics and Nathan June, if you know them. I do know Polly. I know of Nathan. Polly, where could Polly go? Nemo too. Oh, there's so many people to assign roles to. You need IRI somewhere. IRI ambassador to the UN. I like that. Polly, where can we put Polly? We're running out of positions here. You put more thought into this than Trump already? Must be a different Nathan than the one I'm thinking of. No, Nathan, is it June or Jump? Either way, Nathan's a really great creator. I don't know him personally. Nemo IRS, no more taxes. No, Nemo, I would just want, Nemo would just be in the Oval Office, hanging out, and then, chiming in when needed. I don't know what role that is, but who is FBI director? Oh, FBI director that's a good role. Do we know what Polly does outside of debating? Nemo would be the beard oils. Token white friend. Oh, Nemo advisor. Yes, yes, like Steve Bannon in the first term. Who'd be Secretary of Memes? I think I could double up on that. Attorney General. That's got to be Law of the Wild, right? Although I'd want it to be Ange. What happened to your views? We're not debating. We're talking about the Dan administration. What was Santana again? Santana's my chief of staff. Inspector General. Luke would be social media manager. Luke would be social media manager. Head of domestic affairs. I didn't even know that was a role. Hold on, who is that? Mac must put roses back in the rose garden. Parker has a degree in economics. Parker would be the head of the new Doge. No, I'm kidding. No, Parker and Dean definitely need spots here. I just don't know where. They're so powerful. No rad, simple black theory. Athena. Okay. Athena. Whoever would be in charge of like USAID, I think that's where Athena would need to be. NORAD's wouldn't be bad as press secretary either. She's really good at delivering the news. I don't know where we'd put simple black theory. I gotta find a spot. Secretary of State. Secretary of State. Ooh. Okay. Either Parker or Dean are going to be Secretary of State. You could have new positions for Parker and Dean. Okay, Parker will be Secretary of State. Dean will be Debate Secretary. New position. Oh, FTC's not bad. This is our fantasy football. Matt, the librarian. I don't know enough about the government to answer anymore. I'm running out of my knowledge. Especially, we're at 5.5 hours. Let me be the billionaire czar. wait. Who gets to be the guillotine operator for the billionaires? Who wants that position? Because we might have one of those in my presidency. I'm getting to that point, chat. In a video game, allegedly. Head of domestic affairs hasn't been picked yet. Okay, I gotta look up what they do. Head of domestic affairs. Oh, we can have this could be Parker actually. This would be a good Parker. Adam Khan. Adam Khan will be the actual president. Like, you know how Biden was just the old man in the chair, but like Obama was the real president? That's me. I'm the old man. And Adam Khan is going to be the actual president. Cuz that is a smart dude. DHS. Did we answer DHS yet? I hope someone's writing this down because I don't remember any of it. I haven't seen Veep. Oh wait, but I have seen House of Cards. Okay, who wants to be my Doug Stamper? I mean, technically that would have been Santana, but I need someone ruthless. Not Dementia Dan. I bet you remember where Good Trouble landed. Yeah, my bedroom. I'm just kidding. I'm so sorry. I really shouldn't make jokes like that. It's Hoda isn't talked about enough. Neera Tanden was critical in every legislation Biden pushed. Interesting. I'm telling Mac. Saying what we're all thinking, it's okay. Well, I don't know if he appreciates like being objectified like that. So like that's why I say I shouldn't do that. We don't have that kind of relationship. You know what I mean? Relatable take. Jolly good ginger. I don't know him personally, but stroking the mic while talking about. I always stroke the mic. That's not W parasocialism. GT loves the attention. Okay, cool. Sorry if you feel objectified. Sabrina Carpenter, Dan Malik. I used with friends. I never wanted anything though. Yeah, but like GT and I are mutuals, but I don't even know if he remembers who I am. So it's not really the same. You said head of the VA. No, that was for Matt, USMC Angry Vet. Was head of the VA. Jaden. Is there like a debate prep position where like he voice acts the person that I'm going to be debating? Who would handle your social media presence? He did that. Who was it, chat? Social media manager. Who was it? Someone remind me. I'm almost 35. Luke. Yeah, it's Luke. Social media. No, Johnny was press secretary. Luke was social media. Jaden would be AG. I thought we had an AG. Yeah, why am I not in bed? It's 1:13. Okay, y'all scammed me into what? How did we get into me being president? Raid. We gotta raid somebody. Okay. All right. GT is a kind person. You can talk to him easily. Oh yeah, no, I like GT. I have no problem with him. It's just that like I don't know him like that. You know what I mean? Like if Pickles and I start flirting with each other, we know each other and we know we're not actually, you know, that kind of thing. Dan, you trip going up the stairs if you were president. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Already becoming Sleepy Dan before the presidency too soon. Yeah, I'm gonna need Jaden to voice act Trump calling me Sleepy Dan. Okay, who are we raiding, chat? You need someone to end your press conferences. Oh god. Oh, Santana's live. Yeah, let's run a Santana raid. Thank you, bro. Liam on top of it. Keep saying chat, but it's to the entire country. Did anyone see when Parker called the crowd at the Unfuck America tour chat? That was funny. All right, y'all. We're gonna be rating Santana. Let me first say goodbye to Twitch and YouTube. Love you both so much. I don't know. There's like what 7 of you guys. I love all 7 of you. Twitch and YouTube.